Hi everyone, welcome to TechShare Pro. I'm Mark Walker from AbilityNet. I'm here as your host, and I'm in a studio. This time last year I was on a stage, and for any of you that have attended or run virtual events, you'll know this is a slightly different world to the physical world that we're used to. I'm going to be your host here. I'm going to be joining the dots between the various sessions. I'm going to be trying to get some feedback through the Q&A and make sure that people can ask questions into the audience, from the audience into the panels, and various other bits and bobs. I'm also the join into the event team. I'm like you, just finding my way around the platform and making sure I can click on the right bits. Thank you for joining us. There's over 850 people registered for TechShare Pro this year. Last year we had 280, so a huge uptake. Obviously the virtual world makes that possible for us. But I just want to very briefly introduce you to TechShare Pro, and then we'll get on with the meat of this morning's session. So TechShare Pro, we started work on TechShare Pro with the RNIB. This is the 4th year, so 2016. We created, from their event called TechShare, we created an event for people who do the actual work on accessibility and design and making the world a more accessible place. That community has grown enormously in the time that we've been working on TechShare Pro, but it's also a global community. So we started off as a UK event. We then started getting connected into Europe, and this year I think we're reaching out beyond that as well. You can see from our sponsors the types of businesses that are interested in accessibility now. Microsoft, we've worked with very closely. Microsoft is actually a founding partner of AbilityNet 22 years ago. So we've worked with Microsoft a lot over the years. But Barclays, Google and Sony have been involved in TechShare Pro for several years. Business Disability Forum, Crawford Technology, Jadu have all been involved. RNIB has worked with us as founders, and the UK Accessible Formats Association. They're newly joined this year. They've provided some videos and some input around accessible formats. So a family of and connecting up of people interested in accessibility. And I don't know whether you caught everything from the last session. I was just having a chat with Hector and Addy and Heather. And Hector made the point that I think within accessibility there's lots of collaboration and cooperation. We're all trying to make a digital world that's accessible to all. There's a sort of a vision that we all share about how the world could be that we're trying to fulfill. So, and obviously TechShare Pro is all about that same vision, about trying to make a world that we know could be more accessible to everybody, and bring that to life and share that world across all sorts of different services and industries and platforms. So what you're going to get today and over the next 3 days is a huge range of content. I honestly can't believe the amount of different topics that we're covering. We've got 50 different sessions. Got over 100 contributors to those sessions. They come from all different types and sizes of organizations, and they bring all sorts of different perspectives. We're covering global top-level discussions. The Global Leaders session this morning is incredible, having a panel that we do from businesses like WPP, Unilever and Microsoft talking about their investment in accessibility and explaining how it fulfills their business goals. And then we've also got lots of technical and hands-on content in workshops that are scattered through the sessions over the next 3 days. And we've also got some videos and some other content that shares top tips, which you can access at different times. On a practical level, all of the streaming that goes out is open to everybody, but the sessions that are marked up as workshops are in a different format. They're in Teams. We're using Teams meetings to hold those so that they're a little bit more interactive. You can get a bit more discussion going. You need to know that there's a ceiling of 250 on those meetings. And so when that comes, the first lot will come at lunchtime. There's, I think, at least 3, possibly 4 running at the same time. So you can find something, and they'll all be recorded and shared afterwards. But you do need to get in there if there's something you definitely want to go and see. It's worth noting that you'll need to get in there. I suspect 1 or 2 of them may fill up. Without further ado, I'm pleased to say, having worked with Microsoft this year, you can imagine the change around. We were all going to be in Plexel in the Olympic Park in London. We took the number of 300 last year. We were going to add another 50 and have 350 people in the room to join us. We're now got 1,000, we're all online. The whole world has shifted in ways that we all know have changed a lot of our own lives as well as other people's. But along the way, Microsoft have been fantastic as a partner and really helped us a lot. So what I'd like to do is hand over to Jessica Rafus from Microsoft, who's going to provide a formal welcome to the event. Over to you, Jessica.
Hi, I'm Jessica Rafus, and hello from Seattle. I'm a white female with blonde hair, glasses, a white sweater, and a blue scarf. I lead strategic partnerships and policy for accessibility at Microsoft, and I am thrilled to be here at TechShare Pro 2020. It has been an absolute pleasure to be the headline sponsor this year at the event. We have been working closely with AbilityNet and are so proud and so honored to be a part of everything that they've been able to accomplish. A huge thank you to the AbilityNet team, to our presenters, to our speakers, to our coordinators, everyone that's been involved on this really dynamic and educational event. We are going to have a great week together. And although I wish we could all be together in person, collaborating, having a cuppa, I wish I could get my hands on some HP sauce here in the US, but I am blown away by the appetite and the scale that we are able to accomplish by doing this virtually with all of you. And we are bringing some of our Microsoft colleagues along with us. At Microsoft, our mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. You'll have the chance to meet some of our senior leaders, our policy teams, our innovators with disabilities, and our passionate account teams who are delivering accessible technology every day. All of us together, committed to this incredible inclusion journey. I'd like to personally thank them for their sessions this week. Yep, TechShare Pro is different this year. COVID-19 has changed our world, the way we work, the way we learn, the way we play. Technology has empowered all of us to reinvent our lives. It allows me to sit comfortably here in my home office, which has a lovely bookshelf with leather-bound books and odds and ends, and a chair in the background. But in reality, it looks a little more like this. I'm surrounded by kids and toys covering the floor, a tiny brown dog, there's a crib in the corner filled with stuffed animals, there's a play tent that's spilling with books and a train track. Now just imagine me navigating through this labyrinth of toys and boys and dogs using my power wheelchair to get over to my desk. But hey, this is what we do. People with disabilities are masters at problem solving, creating innovative solutions, and adapting to uncertainty. Yes, people with disabilities can teach us a whole lot about adjusting to a global pandemic. So let's meet Swetha. She is a brilliant engineer with long brown hair and a stunning smile, and she's deaf. Swetha primarily uses captioning and lip reading in meetings. And lip reading is hard work. It's very fatiguing. I will never forget sitting in the hack tent with Swetha during 1 week. This is the week where we get to all come together and work on fun, cool solutions for the future. Swetha told me that when she talked to her parents using video chat, she would ask them to turn off all the lights so that she could focus on their mouths to lip read. Swetha's hat was to blur out the background, to really allow her to focus on her parents. Now look at Blur. We are all using Blur in our new home offices to cover up laundry piles, kids' toys, and to truly focus on the person on the other side of the call. Now, Blur isn't the only feature that was designed by people with disabilities, but enjoyed by so many. Captioning has gone from an innovative solution by deaf and hard of hearing people to really delight people without disabilities as well. In fact, the use of captioning in Teams has increased 30 times since the beginning of the pandemic. This huge leap in usage reminds us that over 70% of disabilities are invisible. If you meet the captivating Donna Sarkar, you would never know that she has dyslexia. But folks like Donna have been critical in our development of tools like Immersive Reader. Now, Immersive Reader is a suite of really helpful tools like highlighting parts of speech, text-to-speech, and picture dictionary. I don't have a learning disability, but I use Read Aloud every day because it helps me to get through some dense, maybe sometimes boring content. Did I mention that I'm a lawyer? So better reading comprehension thanks to people with dyslexia like Donna. Immersive Reader has increased by 560% since the beginning of the pandemic. So this demand and accessibility tells us that it has to be more than just the right thing to do. Accessibility is also a business imperative. And the research supports it. Disability inclusive companies outperform their peers. On average, over a 4-year period, disability inclusive companies demonstrated 28% higher revenue, double the net income, and 30% higher economic profit margins than their peers. Yep, accessibility is good for business. So at Microsoft, we're treating it like a business by building it into all that we do. A sustainable culture of accessibility means building it right into the DNA of who we are as a company, starting with people. Research shows that people with disabilities have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. 1 in 5 people with disabilities have lost their jobs, compared to 1 in 7 without. So we are including people with disabilities into our talent pipeline. We're building out those communities within our employee base, and we're spreading awareness throughout the company. Now, how do we get it to stick? We want it to stay around. And systems are really critical for this long-term sustainment, both externally through partnerships and feedback from the community. In fact, we're seeing a 200% increase of call volumes coming into our disability answer desk. People are reaching out, but also internally with things like maturity modeling and governance. And you can't build it into the company at Microsoft without including it in our products. This means ensuring that people with disabilities can consume, communicate, and create across all of our products. And last up is the future. This is creating a hack culture. Hack is a good thing. It's also bringing the power of AI to people with disabilities and leaning into that subject matter expertise in all that we do. And this week, we are all in it together. So I challenge you, as you participate in this week full of valuable information, think about how you can impact the future of accessibility. Maybe it's something simple, like using an accessibility checker before you send an email, or maybe joining an employee group or an NGO that supports people with disabilities. Next up, think about who you can bring along with you in this journey. We need everyone's help here. There's a lot of work to do. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. Thanks for having me, and have a great week, everyone.
Thank you, Jessica. What a fantastic overview as well of the impact that accessibility can have on people's lives, and also an underlining really what Microsoft has done in terms of investing in accessibility and the ways in which that's worked its way through your systems. I know so many different people we've met so many different people across your teams, not just the accessibility teams, but other parts as well, and seeing that culture shift, that's something that I know that has been important for AbilityNet, for Microsoft. So moving on with this message, this opening session for us is really about putting accessibility on the map. There's lots of people out there who, like me, will have been working in accessibility for many years and always been wondering how we win that case. How do we make the case for accessibility being something we invest in? How do we win the case for making sure that people recognize both its value to the individuals who are getting access to services, but also the business advantage that can come with it? And that's the theme really for today's day, is to really bring that to the surface. And obviously this morning is really about that. So I'm pleased to say that what we're able to do next is hear from Sony. who are also one of our silver sponsors, about their investment and also some of the work that they're doing in Europe. And Ulrika, who you'll hear from, is also on the panel tomorrow when we'll be discussing the European Accessibility Act. And also tomorrow we'll be talking about the relationship between the need for legislation which moves the dial, and obviously for businesses and organizations to take that legislation on and then use it to their advantage. So I'm going to hand over to Shiro Kambe, who's the Senior Executive Vice President. He's a Corporate Executive Officer at Sony Corporation. So again, I really want to underline, it's brilliant having Jessica opening our conference for us, a really senior position in Microsoft, showing the way that business is taking a subject seriously, and similarly with Shiro Kambe-san having his input as well. So over to you to tell us more about Sony's investment.
Hello, good morning. I'm Shiro Kambe, Senior Executive Vice President, Sony Corporation, based in Tokyo. I oversee multiple corporate functions at Sony's global headquarters, including the important area of sustainability in all its forms. I'm delighted to address you today to share the importance of accessibility to our company and business. From game and network service to music, pictures, electronics, image sensors, and financial services, Sony's purpose is to fill the world with emotion through the power of creativity and technology. Through our offerings, we strive to deliver emotionally compelling experience to you, connect people, and contribute to supporting health and safety. Following the passionate introduction from Caroline Casey at TechShare Pro 2019, Sony joined the Variable 500 initiative to promote disability inclusion. This initiative keeps us conscious of the external accountability we have signed up to. At Sony, we embrace diversity and believe in turning it into strength, and technology will enable us to do more. We must find inclusion as an opportunity. Effectively addressing challenges in the areas of accessibility will in turn improve outcomes for all our stakeholders and society. Changing demographics also indicate more people requiring assistive support in future, which further underlines the growing need to design products and services to be as accessible as possible for everyone. People are at the core of Sony's business and values, and accessibility is one of our key focus areas towards a sustainable society and future. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce the importance of these topics to Sony. And thank you to AbilityNet for making the event possible this year. Next, I hand to my colleague Ulrika Hartwig, who heads up our European Accessibility Promotion Office. Thank you and take care.
Thank you, Kambe-san. My name is Ulrika Haltrich. It is my second TechShare Pro event, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to talk with you today. I work for Sony Europe and I'm based in Germany. For over 10 years, Sony has been active in the international and European technology standardization areas of e-inclusion and active assisted living, where collaboration takes place to define solutions which will help drive the evolution of accessibility. We launched through Digital Europe the work of 2 international TV accessibility standards, for example. In the area of active assisted living, which is defined as systems, devices and services which support the well-being, health and independent living of people with special needs of all age groups, I am the chair of the IEC System Committee for IAL. Sony organizes our accessibility teams by regions. As part of my responsibilities in Sony, I head up the European Accessibility Promotions Office, and we have corresponding teams in Japan and the US. We are joining other accessibility awareness events such as SideWorld in Japan, CSUN in the US, and we are proud to again be a Solver sponsor for TechShare Pro in 2020. Our mission is to create a fully inclusive Sony world that can help change lives, and we appreciate that our effort supports and forms a part of an industry-wide collaboration. But to find the most optimum accessibility solutions that will help change lives should involve discussions across all stakeholders in the ecosystem for all product categories. Our message to this year's event is let's engage in rich discussions and debate this year while keeping ongoing collaboration and to promote innovation as the keywords. Accessibility is not about an annual event, but to put in place solid foundations that can drive sustainable outcomes. I hope you all have a successful event, and thanks to AbilityNet, Microsoft and the other sponsors for making this year's event possible under the challenging coronavirus circumstances. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Kami-san and Erika. And a huge thank you to Sony as well, obviously, for being involved in the event. And just shows how far we've come, you know, in the last 4 years with TechShare Pro, hearing about Sony's investment in accessibility and the global impact of that, and the change in, you know, certainly my perspective from seeing accessibility within the UK into this bigger, broader picture. So, and also within there was a mention of last year's event. Anybody who was there will remember being blown away by Caroline Casey. I've got Caroline Casey here to have a chat with. So Caroline, I think you're waiting. Hiya. How are you doing?
Well, I'm good. I've just come from Dubai to your screen. And for anybody who's like me, who's visually impaired, quick audio description, I am not wearing a catsuit dress this year with white boots, but I'm wearing a fairly crazy orange and yellow shirt with orange earrings and black rimmed glasses that makes me look like a character from The Incredibles.
You look fantastic. Hello. Well, you looked fantastic last year. I mean, the impact you had on the stage just by walking on the stage, obviously. I remember, though, that you were quite nervous last year. You were talking about the fact that you were going to a tech event and you weren't feeling too techy. Have you got over that barrier now?
Oh, I was really very emotional last year and very nervous. And it just shows you, I really feel and understand often the greatest barrier to any success is fear. But I'm coming back now and I'm just watching Sony and saw the valuable 500 symbol and the level of pride I have, really how far we've come and how the tech community has been an incredible support to me because I told them I was scared.
Well, honestly, it was just a fantastic session. And I mean, wouldn't it be brilliant if we could do the same thing again? Because it's obviously that empathy that you get in a room anyway, isn't it? Just having everybody together. I mean, that's obviously, I don't know, have you been traveling around? You say you're in Dubai. Have you been traveling very much?
Yeah,
then,
so in the last 24 hours, I've been in Canada, Geneva, Dubai, Australia. Tomorrow I go to Australia. I go back into San Francisco today. So yeah, but without the air miles.
Yeah. So that obviously it goes without saying it's going great guns. The valuable 500 is clearly it's lit a fuse of some kind, and you're off and running. And
okay, I have to. Can I just tell the announcement? So I got to explain. Look, the valuable 500 was created to find the missing piece that would systemically integrate disability into our businesses, to stop it being the poor cousin of the inclusion family, to go from niche to normal. And our missing piece was to get a collective and critical mass of the world's most influential CEOs and their brands. So that was it. It was to raise the conversation of disability to leadership level. And we thought, okay, there was one stat that we were terrified about and wanted to change. The inclusion delusion stat, which said 90% of our companies were passionate about inclusion, and yet only 4% consider disability. So I am delighted to come back to say we are no longer a campaign, because as of this morning, we're at 342 companies, okay? And that represents 12 million employees, 31 countries, 52 sectors, 4.5 trillion in revenue. And can I just say, all of your sponsors are valuable 500 companies.
No.
Microsoft and Unilever, the first. You know, I got to say, this is exciting. Sony, hugely. And when you see this critical mass, what we've done is now, it's not a campaign. We're moving from a campaign. Do you know that we are the fastest growing CEO community in the world outside Global Compact, which has 11,000, which is pretty good second place. And we're going to be launching phase 2 in the new year to activate this historic community for system change.
Fantastic.
So
yes. Yeah. Well, what a year then. I mean, given all the other things that could have happened, what an amazing year.
Yeah, it was an amazing year. And I think the real thing that's happened has been the pandemic. And so from a very heart, everybody's used to my heart speaking. You know, from a broken heart, you get an open heart. And I say that because I think the pandemic has done two huge things. One, it has proven that systems can and will change if the intention is there. Secondly, we have understood that we have mainstreamed exclusion. We have blown up the gross inequity that exists in our world, but we have also seen solutions. And one of the clear pieces is we speak to the right for freedom to speech. Well, what about the right for us to receive? And look at how we are now having to communicate, ensuring that it's communication for all. So what's happened for us since Davos of this year, we arrived with 240 companies. You know, we've been getting one a day. Wow. And that's because, yeah, seriously. And you know why? There's 3 reasons. One is business now realize they cannot say we have other priorities. That's the key. We no longer need to make the case for disability business inclusion across supply chain. It's now risk-proofing a business. It's about making sure that you are taking care of your opportunity for growth, innovation, and insight. And lastly, I think most importantly, the community of the Valuable 500 is a place to multiply our innovation and effect, and most importantly, to share best practice and to learn together. Because there is fear we'll be getting cancelled out if we get it wrong, and that's why communities are so valuable. So in some ways, the pandemic has removed all the excuses. So it's like, no more excuses. You know, 1.3 billion people with a mother and father, 54% of our global population, and probably the most important thing is intersectionality. Yeah. It is integration, intersectionality, build from the beginning.
Can I just pick up on that then? Because I think that's a word that I think might win the TechShare Pro bingo.
Yeah, I think so. Right?
So tell me a bit, explain briefly what you mean by it. And then also I think if you're looking ahead, what's going to happen next, do you think, in next year? Where are we going to end up? Because that intersectionality must be part of that, I guess.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say something. I didn't expect to get a particular email that I got yesterday. I'm not gonna say who, because I do not believe in shaming. An organization came back to us and said, so we're very happy on our work on gender, on our work on LGBTQ, but we're gonna just stay there for now, and we're going to potentially roster in disability in 2022. Now, I'm going to say, let me just tell you what intersectionality is. I'm going to replace that word with human being. So I am a woman, I have a visual impairment and a disability, and I am proud of both of those. Intersectionality is about not categorizing our humanity into silos which compete against themselves. We need to look at universally human corporate cultures. Where are we going in 2021? Well, I can't give you our trade secret yet for the Valuable 500. It's going to be launched, and it's huge. It's going to be launched in the first quarter of next year. But what I will say is one of the key pieces and the differentiating factor for the Valuable 500, aside from it being global, CEO-led, and value chain, is integration, infusing, and really looking at a holistic approach. I really do think we're going to see a removal of the siloed approach to inclusion and bring it on.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, Caroline, thank you so much. It's been so brilliant having you. That video that we've got on our website is just so popular of your talk last week. Yeah, you inspired so many people. It's amazing what's been achieved as well in the year. You know, and as you say, looking ahead, you're starting to build those new pathways. It's just fantastic. And
well, can I
you know,
say
of course,
thank you?
From our point of view, I mean, you know, you have to see who we've got on our agenda now. That we've,
well,
you know,
can I say that?
That's amazing,
can I
isn't it?
Say, I am so proud. You had Sony, and then you have Microsoft Unilever, and you have WPP. And I need to make a particular shout out to Mark Reed, because Omnicom were our strategic partner phase 1, and he was like, Competition does not mean I'm not going to get involved. And this issue is big enough for all of us to have space. So I am so delighted, and I can't wait to hear that panel coming up.
Yeah,
Thank you for having me back.
No, thank you so much for joining us. I know you're incredibly busy, and good luck. Keep it up. And if there's anything we can do to help, let us know.
Thanks, guys.
Take care. Thank you. So, well, what a fantastic campaign the Valuable 500 is leading, and that point about intersectionality, I heard it several times during the rehearsals when we were talking about what the panels are going to be discussing. It really is, where we're going next, I think, is embedding this into other topics and connecting joining the dots between accessibility and disability and other inclusion issues. What we're going to go to next is an interview between my colleague Robin Christopherson from AbilityNet and Paul Smythe from Barclays. And really this next step is really around looking at diversity and inclusion and where accessibility belongs in that mix. We do hear a lot of corporate organisations talking about their investment in D&I, as it gets called, but we're never necessarily very clear where the accessibility belongs in that mix. So Paul and Robin are going to talk about investment and the ways of measuring the value of that investment, and particularly the value to shareholders. So over to you, Paul and Robin.
Hi, Paul. How are you doing?
Hey, Robin. Yeah, I'm good.
Great stuff. Now, we're going to talk about digital inclusion, how important it is. We're both disabled, we're both visually impaired, and know firsthand how important digital inclusion is, inclusive design. We wouldn't be where we are today, personally, ourselves and disabled people across the world, if it wasn't for the technology, much of which is inclusive out of the box these days. But that's no good if what you're accessing online, on websites, mobile apps, etc., aren't inclusive. And, I don't know about you, but for me, capture those distorted images that you absolutely have to crack if you want to be able to sign up for a particular service or whatever. The audio version, a nightmare, is something that instantly pops into my head as kind of keeping me awake at night. And when it's inclusive, it's a dream. So I wish I could literally buy everything that I need from Amazon, because it just works for me and it's nice and easy and accessible. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, completely agree. Everything you said, Robin. I think, accessibility is so important on a personal perspective, and, it's so important professionally as well. As an accessibility leader of Barclays, I'm kind of lifted up and shrunk back down on a daily basis when I see, when we get accessibility right and when there's room for improvement. And, I think we know the kind of business advantage, which this sort of panel coming into is all about, that there's a multitude of benefits for why accessibility is good, right? Why organizations should start doing stuff around accessibility and why they should continue to kind of champion for accessibility. And I know you wanted to sort of have a chat about what some of these benefits are, right? And sort of sprinkle some examples to bring this to life for folks.
Yeah, absolutely. So these numbers, we've got a few juicy ones, are really about making the decision makers, the budget holders, maybe your board of trustees or even your investors really sit up and listen. So these are the carrots of the business advantage that inclusive design brings you, but we'll definitely look at other areas later on. But yeah, do you want to kick off?
Yeah, sure. So, I guess the short story, why accessibility matters, commercial benefit, legal requirement, right thing to do. So let's take the business benefit front. So if I'm the accessibility leader of Barclays, of a bank, folks usually talk about the 1.3 billion people globally with a disability, the $8 trillion spending power. We've just celebrated in the UK Purple Tuesday, and focusing on the purple pound, which these are big numbers being bandied around. I think, that disabled consumers are often sort of overlooked and underserved, and they deserve better service. They deserve to be valued. And I think the incredible, fantastic, feisty firework is Caroline Casey, talked about this at last TechShare Pro, right? About that value of disabled people to businesses, to the economy, to society, when we really lean in and include and involve disabled people. The evidence is there. Accenture Research did some stuff that showed, companies that focus on recruiting, retaining disabled talent, when they raise their game on disability inclusion, they raise their profits, raise their bottom line. And I know at Barclays, right, we've seen this firsthand. When we launch accessible customer services like talking cash machines that helps people, customers with sight difficulties or print difficulties like dyslexia, we see customers vote with their feet and switch to our bank. Their families move to our bank because we're more welcoming, accommodating, and ultimately, we care. So, there's a really clear, compelling business reason why we do this. It's not charity or pity. It makes good business sense. And I think to your point, Robin, about the user experience, when we do accessibility well, we're able to reach more customers and have more happier customers. I mean, one example we've seen in Barclays, right, is when we redesigned our Barclays mobile banking app. So maybe 3 or 4 years back, the app had a number of accessibility issues. Things were difficult for disabled customers to do. It would cost hundreds of thousands of pounds to retrofix. And by involving accessibility experts like AbilityNet, by involving real-world disabled people, by considering accessibility as a pillar right from the start, we redesigned that app. And when we launched it, it did all the same things as before, but it was technically accessible to folks who needed it, but it was more usable and simple for everyone else. We saw App Star ratings go from 2 stars out of 5 to 4.5 stars out of 5. And again, the costs were sort of a fraction of what they would have been by thinking about accessibility from the start. So I think it's about, really doing accessibility well can really save time and cost and effort sort of downstream. So those are some of the points around the sort of business benefit. And maybe on that point about spending, we're all sort of at home, and online shopping so much more important. And I think we've both seen, Robin, we were talking about this earlier, the click away pound numbers. I think it's like, is it 7 in 10 sort of disabled online shoppers, if they encounter barriers online, they go somewhere else. Like, you and I spend crazy amounts on Amazon because it's familiar and we know it's accessible, and we're prepared to pay a little bit more because it's not really worth our while going sort of elsewhere. And really that's, in short, what all the kind of click away pound numbers point to.
Absolutely. So 86% choose to pay more. If the site is accessible, they will stick with that site. If the site is good, like I mentioned Amazon before, 83% will stick with that site. So they're more loyal, they'll pay more because they really appreciate the effort that you've put in. And as you say, if you do it in a timely way, so you don't have to retrofit, then it's not going to break the bank. And the revenue after the increase in inclusion, preferably getting disabled users involved as well, is absolutely massive. And when you bear in mind that, we're an aging population, disability gets more common in older age. By 2040, it's reckoned that 63 pence in every pound that is, spent by your customers will be, that's everyone's customers, not just Barclays, will be by people with disabilities. So that's absolutely massive. 50% of people, the research shows, will leave. They won't complete a process if they're having challenges with it. So yeah, the click away pound, it's massive and it's easily lost. So yeah, absolutely. As well as the compelling business case, the advantage that you will have to the bottom line, you have also got a legal requirement, arguably an ethical and moral requirement as well, obligation. But from a legal point of view, guys, if that's what ticks the box for your decision makers, then be aware it absolutely is a legal requirement. We've seen recent legislation applicable to the public sector really shifting the needle, and that's because for the very first time there's a named body that will monitor and enforce, i.e. fine, organisations in the public sector. So that's local authority, central government, even broadcasters like the BBC, universities, etc. They're all scrambling to do the right thing, and that's just such a massive change and a breath of fresh air. It has been a legal requirement forever, but finally we're seeing, that really, there's teeth to the legislation now. What about, ESG, for example, for people that don't know? Do you want to kind of fill people in? Because we would be remiss not to flag that this is a really important aspect of why people should do the right thing.
Yeah, no, sure, Robin, and we're really excited about the legal points you make as well of just being far clearer now. I guess on so let's talk about the ESG, or so that's environmental, social, and governance. ESG, and this really ties up to sort of brand and reputation. And I think in my mind, we're clear at Barclays that the accessibility programs we run and what we offer, has really helped in terms of bolstering our brand. And ESG is kind of one way of how we can measure that. So, as a business, we publish financial statements that sort of show our profits, but we also publish around of a non-financial impact that we as a business are having. And that's around the kind of E, the environmental, so what we're doing around sort of green and climate change and so forth, around the social, so how businesses are backing, really driving societal change. So maybe around gender or around race, or increasingly around disability within that social aspect. And then the G, governance, is really around, responsibly run businesses. So, much as Barclays, we and many other big businesses will add in some of the work we do around accessibility and disability inclusion, form one element of that package of ESG reports. And it provides another way for us to tell the story of what we do in accessibility to investors and shareholders. And that's really getting more attention and importance. Because if you think, we've really seen a trend in recent months that investors, whether you're a person or a pension fund, really recognizing that, they want to invest ethically, right, in things or businesses that share their values of what's important to them. So we also recognize, that adding in disability inclusion and what we're working on there into this sort of ESG reporting is, really important for us. And we see this this trend emerging of more and more businesses following suit. So, I guess there's that on the brand and reputation. I think the final point I'd say, which is really linked to COVID, Robin, of when I look at this, it's kind of around accessibility programs are the biggest loyalty scheme that you've got. And when I think about brands and businesses that have done this well, maybe, Sainsbury's, if they prioritized online grocery shopping when COVID came in to, shielding vulnerable people, or Waitrose launching an hour at the start of the day for older and vulnerable customers, that's really important. That's so much better than any marketing sort of advertising campaign you could do, because that will really be remembered for a long time to come, right, by disabled, older, vulnerable people whose backs were sort of against the wall, so to speak. And, these brands actually went out of their way and sort of had their back. So really important to sort of hit home that loyalty factor around accessibility. But, I know accessibility is also good from the sort of fostering a diverse workforce. So do you want to talk a bit about that?
Yeah. So it works internally as well. The loyalty that you'll get from employees who feel valued. And we absolutely know now, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the more diverse a workforce, the healthier the workforce is, the better services and products that they produce, because they are going to be more inclusive. You don't want to have your products created by young white men who are, in a privileged environment or whatever. So it's really, really important that you not only have a diverse workforce that you look after and provide the right reasonable adjustments for, but that you also make sure that your choices around the internal systems that you choose to use or have developed are inclusive too. And these are obviously equally as important as those that are customer facing, because it cuts both ways. Barclays have experienced or enjoyed massive brand value from being an inclusive brand, from being very obviously, prioritizing inclusion and accessibility, but it cuts both ways as well. So when push comes to shove with COVID, say, and you might have customers that are forced into online banking for the first time, or employees that are forced to work from home and there isn't the support from their colleagues around them to help with the gaps in accessible systems, they're now having to do it themselves. And so if obviously you've prioritized accessibility beforehand, you're good to go. But otherwise, you really start crunching, don't you? Has that been an issue at all with working from home?
Absolutely, Robin. I mean, we know this theory that, diverse, disabled talent, so leaning on your workforce, we certainly see it that it helps kind of act as rocket fuel to propel our accessibility, programs forward. We launch more accessible customer services, and therefore more disabled talent then apply for jobs with us. But I think now, particularly in COVID, we also recognise that there's some extra challenges that our workforce might face working from home, and a need to sort of move to more modern, more accessible platforms, like Microsoft Teams, what TechShare Pros run off, and kudos to Microsoft. I mean, one of the points when we think about workforce that we've done a lot of work on over this year, Robin, is really looking at tackling our internal systems, which, we've audited the top 80 internal systems and suppliers that we use within the bank. And we recognise this is a long-term issue, that these systems just really aren't as accessible as they should be. And I think what we found working with all those suppliers is, a third of them were broadly accessible, a third of them were a little bit below, were kind of amber, and a third of them were really not accessible. And that's quite startling, right? 2/3 of internal systems not being accessible. So, we'll this massive journey to educate and encourage and uplift our suppliers, producing supplier guides on accessibility that you can Google, and it's a real focus of ours. But, to be clear, we have, now, started switching and selecting suppliers that, are accessible, to meet the needs of our, diverse workforce, right? So it's getting a real hot topic in that sense to us, and it's useful just to again make sure that we give it some airtime, as companies often don't really talk about what they're doing internally and the internal tools that their workforce have to use.
Absolutely, and it's obviously business critical for each individual, but also for the business as a whole, because that could really impact productivity. There may even be issues with hiring, with retention, hugely expensive, compromise agreements, that sort of thing. Hiring and maintaining, retaining good talent is hard, and so you really do need to make sure that your internal systems are up to scratch. I can think within AbilityNet, two very recent choices for an internal HR platform and for a employee diversity surveying platform. We get regular surveys of well-being and satisfaction and that sort of thing, have both been chosen based on accessibility, and neither were the sort of obvious market leading products because they just weren't cutting it. So yeah, this is big stuff. HSE, Health and Safety Executive, did some research, and they have shown that disabled employees are as productive as their able-bodied counterparts given the right adjustments. They stay longer in their jobs, and they are better at staying in work. Their sickness is down compared to their colleagues. So, they're more loyal, they're more productive because they haven't got as much sick leave, etc. So, that combined with the diversity that we talked about before, which just makes for a better environment, working environment, and better products and services that, what is there not to like, basically. So just very quickly then, looking forward, what do you think inclusion, prioritizing inclusion means for future platforms? We've seen a crisis this year, which has really shown the flaws in some of the choices that people have made where it didn't prioritize accessibility. We've seen some of the advantages where a challenge like COVID allowed Microsoft to concertina a product development roadmap for teams that was spanning several years, right down into several months because of COVID, allowing them to prioritize that. Just imagine if within Barclays, in AbilityNet, in any organization, that we had that luxury of being able to really focus on doing things to help end users and making sure that inclusion was prioritized as well, where we could be in the future and what shape we would be in when the next crisis hits.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, well, we've certainly seen, Robin, but the accessibility work we've done already to make sure that, we give a great experience to a greater number of people using, our digital banking channels has really helped as COVID's come along for us to weather that storm. And I know, you know, shameless plug, we've got a session, I think it's on 17th November, 2 p.m, which is really just drilling into this in a bit more detail. So rather than sort of unpacking it now when we're all sort of almost out of time, then, you know, folks interested in understanding how banks and sort of customer services have been impacted by COVID and what financial services are doing, then I'd suggest kind of tune into that. But any sort of final thoughts, Robin, from you around the sort of future-proofing and looking ahead?
I just think that inclusive products, as well as being easier to use for disabled people, are easier to use for everyone. You know, the extreme usability that we need makes it a better product for everyone. It makes it more platform independent. It's easier to, you know, embrace new platforms because you've done things in an inclusive, in a way that means that, you know, you're reflecting best practice and it's not held together by chewing gum and string. So absolutely. And just finally to plug that panel that you're hosting later on, more of this in much more depth with many more brains involved. But I really have enjoyed picking yours over the last 20 minutes. Thank you so much, Paul.
No, thanks, Robin.
Years and Robin, a fierce advocate for accessibility, and it's fantastic having them on our panels today. And as Paul and Robin mentioned, they'll be back this afternoon for more. So now to an incredibly exciting session for us. When we started talking about getting the business leaders involved, I don't think we really knew we'd end up here. We've got an incredible panel of global business leaders talking about their personal interest and professional value of accessibility. And to introduce them to you, I'm pleased to welcome Corey Brown, whose voice you will recognise from Channel 4, but is also a key member of the For Purple movement, which she'll explain. So over to you, Corey.
Hey, thank you, Mark. And hi, everyone. Yes, I'm Corey. I work for Channel 4. And I'm here, I guess, with the hat on of someone with a lived experience of disability. I have a severe sight impairment, and I am beyond excited to be chatting today with these three amazing business leaders who've all made commitments around disability inclusion. We're going to chat today about the journey to disability inclusion and accessibility. And I think the reason I'm so excited about the conversation that we're going to have today is just when I think about the collective power to influence and really shift the dial in this space that you three guys have collectively. I mean, come on, we've got Cindy here from Microsoft in the tech space. We've got Lena from Unilever, same applies, global supply chain and household production. And Mark, WPP, such massive brand muscle. I think it's been mentioned today already, responsible for about 1 in 5 of the ads that we are exposed to. So I think this is going to be a great conversation. I'm sure you've all got some amazing insights to share. And I think the best place to start is to talk about your respective journeys thus far. Be great to hear from each of you for a couple of minutes on where you're at on that journey, why you're championing in this space, what makes you passionate about this, and some of the learnings along the way. So Cindy, can we start with you?
You're going to start with me. Excellent. Well, thank you, Corey, and thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this panel. And I know Mark and Lena and have great, are doing great work on this topic, and I'm really looking forward to this. But to answer your question, I think over the last few years for me, there's been a number of really significant moments that have opened my eyes to the human impact of accessible design and disability and inclusion. Too many to even mention, but I think the one that I remember most vividly was a few years ago, it must have been 2017, at our Future Decoded event in London at the XL. We invited this developer named Tom Nabarro onto the main stage in front of a live audience of 5,000 people. And Tom is a Microsoft super user, and he's quadriplegic. And he came onto stage with a very high-tech wheelchair and lots of tech around him. And he showed the audience how he logs in using Windows Hello facial recognition, how he uses Cortana, our virtual voice agent, to install Visual Studio on stage. And then he started coding with eye gaze. We got such amazing feedback from that session. I mean, I think half the audience probably didn't even realize these features existed. And everyone felt so moved by his story. It was just one of those moments that taught me that we really need to start putting accessibility front and center. I'll just give you one other example. Just last week, I was on Teams video chatting with a really talented young female AI engineer from Microsoft Spain. Her name is Sandra Timon, and she's partially deaf and blind. And she's a leading accessibility advocate in Spain. And she, like so many others, have helped open my eyes to the sort of the everyday power of technology to empower people with disabilities. And I've learned that, when we empower people with disabilities using technology, actually we empower everybody. So I'm just continuously learning, Corey, about the impact that we can have as a global technology company.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Cindy. Lena, should we turn to you next? Absolutely passionate about HR, I know, a great leader. So tell us a bit about your journey.
Yes. Thanks, Corey. Thanks for inviting me. And I'm so delighted to be here, and especially delighted to be here with Mark and Cindy, two of our favorite partners. So, for us, it's integrated into our business strategy. Our compass is about making sustainable living commonplace. Very simple, easy to remember our purpose as a company. 3 beliefs that underpin it, very easy to remember. Brands with purpose grow, companies with purpose last, and people with purpose thrive. So we really believe in creating an environment at Unilever where everyone thrives. We have gone out publicly and said we want to be a beacon for equity, diversity, and inclusion across the world. And we've said that internally, we've said that externally, just to put that pressure on us to keep raising our game. We started this journey about 10 years ago, and the first focus was gender. 70% of our consumers and shoppers are women, and we made tremendous progress. We were out this year saying we are 50-50. We have balanced our management ranks. But then we said that's simply not enough. We have so much more to do to be this beacon for diversity and inclusion. And we set in place a couple of big commitments. One is to be the #1 employer of choice for people with disabilities everywhere in the world. And we're talking of 190 countries and barely 75 where we actually measure our employer brand. So it's a pretty big job to say we'll be #1 employer of choice for people with disabilities across the world. And the second commitment we made is that at least 5% of our workforce will be people with disabilities by 2025. So 2 big commitments that have moved us to action, because we believe that putting some audacious commitments out there has a power of focusing the mind and getting us to do some big, bold things to shift the needle on this. And I really believe proximity drives empathy. So the more we can do to make our workforce more representative of the world around us, the better it is for everyone. Because the more we increase the inclusive quotient of an organization, the more we increase the emotional awareness of an organization, the more easier it is for everyone to bring the best selves to work every day, to be the best version in Unilever every day. So in short, I'd love for Unilever to be the most inclusive company on the planet.
Wow, great ambition to have. Really awesome ambition. Mark, let's turn to you next. I kind of feel almost like we're sort of on the same bit of turf, because WPP, like Channel 4, has that huge capability to really influence the representation of disability in society. So talk to me a bit about your journey in this space.
Yeah, I think, as you say, we are like Channel 4, a creative company, and creative companies by definition have the ability to inspire people. And actually it was Caroline Casey, who I think has been with us today on this conference, who really inspired me on the journey. I think from a business context, seeing how she overcame. I wouldn't even say she overcame her disability. She just blew through it in a way. And the role I took before this as CEO Wonderman, I asked Caroline to come and speak to our first leadership conference, because I thought her journey was so inspirational to show people what they can achieve. So I think there's really three roles at WPP that we can play in making the world a more inclusive place. I think the first is about representation, the people that work for us. I mean, I think Christina Mallon is talking to us later today or tomorrow, and Christina runs our inclusive design practice. A really inspirational figure, again, someone who kind of carries on as though nothing could stop her. I'd say the second thing is through our work and the work we do with clients and clients like Unilever and Microsoft, and making sure that our work is sort of inclusive by design. We might touch on that, but I think that's a really important concept. And we have programs like Change the Brief at Mindshare, where when we get a brief from a client, maybe for a business problem or a marketing problem, we change it to answer not just the question we originally asked, but a different question. Can we achieve something else through this work that will make it better? And then I think that for us, it's really about the impact of our work. As you mentioned, we are in some way, creatively or through our media businesses, responsible for 1 in 5, 1 in 6 of the world's commercial messages. And that obviously has a big impact on people, on what they think and what they believe. Do people see people like themselves represented in commercial messages or not? Do the people we have working behind the camera or on screen represent society? And so I think we can really change attitudes to many of the issues in society, but we can really change attitudes towards disability as well. And so I think that's something that we're very keen to tackle. I mean, going back to a brand we worked on with Unilever, Dove. I mean, I think Dove has really changed attitudes to what female beauty means, and I'd say in a very positive way for society. So I think we're trying to use our influence in a much more positive fashion.
Brilliant stuff. Really, really fantastic to hear. It's almost like I want to start asking more questions, but I can't because we've got to be conscious of time. So we'll move on and talk about culture. And if you're okay with this, I'd quite like to park the disability kind of angle just for a minute and think more broadly about the importance of culture and leadership and mission in the broad business sense. So Lena, do you want to take this one first?
Yes, it's one I talk about a lot, Corey. I really think culture is the magic ingredient that makes strategy into a reality. And culture eats strategy for breakfast. I mean, we know that for a fact. If you don't focus on the cultural elements that need to change, you can't make change happen. It's never technology and process that comes in the way of change. It's our behaviors, it's our mindset, it's our beliefs, it's our assumptions. And that's all the soft stuff that we have to get right in order to shift any action. So one of the things in Unilever that we do a lot on is focusing on our culture. And culture shifted by leadership behaviors. 70% of the impact on culture is how leaders behave, what kind of examples they talk about, what kind of behaviors they role model. And a 30% impact is because of the reinforcing systems and mechanisms you put in place, the reward systems, the incentive programs, and so on and so forth. So what we are trying to do is really help leaders understand a new kind of leadership. So our standards of leadership, again, is very simple. It's the inner game of leadership and the outer game of leadership. And the inner game is all about a sense of purpose and service. It's about learning agility. It's about personal mastery. So I think we're the only company of our scale and size that's putting 150,000 people through purpose workshops. What is your purpose and mission in life? How does your individual purpose and mission count for in Unilever? What difference can you make in Unilever with your individual purpose, passion, and mission? So we're really dialing up the inner game. And what that is doing is when we dial up the inner game for leaders, the sense of humanity increases in the company. Things like, what are we doing for our people? How inclusive are we? Are we making it easier for everybody to bring their best version to work? Becomes legitimate conversations every single day. So I do think culture begins with a focus on leadership behaviors, and getting leaders to tap into their inner humanity. Because the inner humanity is all good. Everyone wants to do good in the world. Everyone has a force for good in themselves. And that's why we believe at Unilever so strongly that you have to do well by doing good. It's not just doing well and doing good sit in two different buckets of the organization. We think it comes together. You do good, and by doing good for lots of people, the 2 billion consumers that we touch, we do well as a company. So in specifically with disability, some of the things we're doing for culture is launching the Enable Network, which is people with disability and their allies coming together to share experiences of being at Unilever. We have been inspired by Microsoft and done our first global disability survey to have a baseline of how many of our people are ready to disclose. And 75% of our people have disclosed whether they have a disability or not. And we're doing a lot of campaigning around the International Day of People for People with Disabilities in December. We have a whole week-long celebration, telling stories, making our purpose alive, bringing inspiring people, breaking stereotypes that we want to do in advertising, but breaking stereotypes and norms inside the company. So that's in short, Corey. I really believe culture is at the heart of making the change. If you need the numbers and the representation, but to retain people, you need to change the culture of the company to make it truly inclusive.
Yeah, totally agree. I absolutely agree. And I don't want to go down a rabbit hole of talking too much about what we've done at Channel 4, but absolutely echo so much of what you've been talking about just there through what we've seen in our own organisation as well. Cindy, what about you? Culture, mission, anything you'd like to add?
Well, so many of the things that Lena talked about resonate strongly with me. Microsoft is also a very mission-led company, and our mission is to use technology to empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. And that means people of all abilities. And this is something we talk a lot about at Microsoft. And I definitely think, there's a renewed sense of urgency given the events of 2020 for companies to really reflect deeply on their responsibilities in this area. In the last few years under Satya Nadella's leadership, our company's really gone through a very profound cultural transformation. And there's been a fresh focus on the lived experience of our employees every day. And we talk at Microsoft about operationalizing D&I, because it really is about micro behaviors and putting a diversity and inclusion lens on every aspect of the employee experience, from recruitment to onboarding to learning, promotion, workplace design. We really try to hold ourselves accountable for inclusive behavior every day. And then beyond the employee experience, we put a D&I lens on how we market ourselves, the inclusive stories we tell, how we engage with our customers and partners to help them on their accessibility journey, even the products and services that we create. We're really passionate about inclusive design and creating products that unlock the full potential of people at work, at school, and in their daily lives. And we know when we do that well, it leads to greater innovation for everyone. But all of our passion on this topic really starts with a strong sense of mission and purpose and tone from the top of our company.
Brilliant, great stuff. Mark, turn to you. Anything you can add here?
I think actually when I started as chief executive, I spent quite a lot of time with Unilever. I remember going to a fantastic dinner. I'm sure I know Lena was at, where they talked about the sustainable living plan, and I really admired the simplicity of the purpose at Unilever. And so, we set out a new purpose at WPP. The purpose of the company has to be beyond profit if you truly want to be motivating, to the people that work for us. We set out a purpose to use the power of creativity to build a better future, for people, planet, clients, and communities, the people that really look at our work. And I think, as Cindy said, it comes down to a few things. It comes down to leadership. Do I, as chief executive, do I personally take responsibility for making this type of company, quite frankly, the type of company that I would want to work in, as well as the type of company that I'd want our people to work in. I think that's the first thing. Secondly, then it falls on the leaders around me, and as a team, do we sign up to the next set of commitments? And then we're driving that down to the type of behaviors that we will reward. We're looking at incentive design to make sure that we reward people that build the type of company that we want to build. And then we're going further, into setting targets of representation to make sure that we are doing a good job through the way we hire and promote and recruit people inside the company to represent society. And I think that it makes a WPP that, quite frankly, does better work for our clients. This stuff can feel quite sort of touchy-feely, if you like, but I think it's no less important because it is. Because I think that if our people truly represent society and truly they can bring their own selves to work, they will do better work. We will get better creative ideas if we listen to people and respect their opinions. So I think that it really flows through, and it really flows through into the types of clients that we work with. I mean, and there is a hard business element to this, which is, our clients are wrestling with the same issues we're talking about, and they want to work with partners like WPP who recognize the importance of these issues and are committed to taking action. So this has a hard business angle to it. And I think that it's important to state that, because I think if it has a hard business angle, and if we're more successful, the more we lean into it, it means we'll do more. And that, I think, is important.
Yeah, totally echo loads of that. And great to hear from all of you the same kind of sentiments coming through, that culture is just one of those absolute cornerstones. You get that right and you're onto that winning path. So great to hear. Now let's talk a bit about process, because commitment is all well and good, but process kind of sits behind a lot of success. And I know sometimes we don't necessarily think of process as sounding the most sexy, but again, another kind of key cornerstone, I think. I'd say my own kind of personal experience, I've come to realize how important it is to be able to speak up sometimes at work. Certainly at Channel 4, in recent years, we've developed a number of employee resource groups, and our staff networks are really successful and doing great work, and we're kind of there to support the business and to challenge the business. And so as Mark mentioned at the beginning, I'm co-chair of For Purple, which is Channel 4's disability staff network. And I really like to think of us as a kind of critical friends to the business. So I guess that's one process, the employee voice, that I see working really well at Channel 4. I'm hoping that you'll all be happy to come to the table now with some thoughts on that general topic of process. Cindy, shall I start with you?
Sure, absolutely. No, it's such a great question, Corey, because I think all the energy and passion in the world only leads to impact when you put it into action. And that's why I like to talk about how we operationalize this. And one of the things, as you mentioned, one of the things that we're finding is the best way for us to listen and learn is through our employee resource groups. And they keep us honest and they advise us on how we can do better. And that's a really important listening system for us. We also took action to evolve our approach to events. And actually, today, accessibility is such a central focus for every event that we produce. And virtual events like this one give us the opportunity to use the full suite of digital accessibility features like live captioning, subtitling, sign language interpretation on screen, audio description, and so much more. Another way we take action at Microsoft is by offering accessibility training to our employees. We have a badging program that teaches our employees best practices on how to present inclusively, how to host events. And it's not even mandatory, this is voluntary training, and yet hundreds and hundreds of our employees earned their accessibility badges, which I think is a great illustration of the passion that exists across our business. But finally, the big area for me, which I'm super excited about, is just how we make accessibility a business imperative. As Mark said, there is a business rationale here, which is, here in the UK, people with disabilities are the fastest growing minority group, and the value of that purple pound, that spending power, is estimated to be 250 billion pounds a year to the British economy. So many of our customers care deeply about this subject. And if we can encourage and empower them to take real and tangible action, we can really deliver digital inclusion at scale. And I think, Unilever and WPP are two excellent examples of how we're helping our customers achieve their targets in this area.
Awesome. Lena?
Uh, Great examples from Cindy. And like I said, we take a lot of inspiration from our partners and doing things differently. We have the Global Diversity Board, which is led by our CEO, Alan Job. So we want to signal that this is of the greatest importance to the business. And we have created what's an accessibility framework, which is everything from recruitment to retirement for our people, and every moment that matters in between. And we've challenged ourselves saying at each of those moments, how can we make sure we're truly creating accessibility and equity for all our people? And it is indeed our network, which is Enable, which is our network of people with disabilities and their allies, who help us design that. From, and there's some great examples of how things I hadn't thought of before are brought to light. So for example, one of the things we had a discussion with all of them about was how COVID has impacted people with disabilities. And while there's some mixed responses, for some, it's been tougher to be through the loneliness and isolation that some of COVID has meant. But for a large number of them, our network felt that COVID has actually leveled the playing field for them, because they feel like everyone has the same accessibility. Everyone's on a video call. There's no differences. You can't tell. So so we've used some of that as we've designed our easement processes to get people back to work. We've consciously put a huge perspective for our disabled employees to make it even better for them when they come back to a workplace that's sort of hybrid in the post-COVID world. So it's really like Cindy said, listening to our people, lived experiences, the best example, starting from the top so that senior people are listening to what it means to work in Unilever effortlessly, what it takes for everyone to feel included, and building the accessible communication and assistive technology. So more and more self-serve catalog for accessible tools and software, more and more global guidelines for what inclusive communication looks like. You're absolutely right. We have to build this into our processes to make it sustainable, way beyond, not just for now, but forever.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark, you might have a sense that Cindy and Lena have covered this amply already, but is there anything you would like to add on the subject of process?
No, I don't think so. I think all I'd add is that when we work with clients on these topics, we touch many more people inside the organisation, and I think that really helps us to spread the word and to evangelise. But we can maybe talk a bit about that later. Yeah, sure. The one thing that occurs to me in all of this is, this is all brilliant and energizing and wonderful, but we all know that in the whole realm of everything, there are so many competing demands on time and resources. So maybe I haven't got time to go to each of you in turn. If one of you would like to take the question on, how do we keep this real and relevant and make sure that the disability inclusion doesn't sort of slip off the board agenda or the agenda generally? Lena, do you want to take it?
Sure. Like all things, priority means it has to be in the business strategy. That's why I said it's so important for us it's integrated into Compass. It's got to have leadership attention and priority. So it has to start from the CEO and the top table. You can't delegate it. And it has to have elements of building up much more a bottom-up movement. Yeah, one of the things is the business case and the moral case have to both integrate. And we have brands doing some great work. I mean, Mark spoke about Dove. Dove is the brand that we're doing a lot of inclusive work on. And one of the things they're doing together with our partners is creating a Dove Deo bottle for the UK that is easier for people with visual impairment, hearing impairment, cognitive disability to be able to work with and engage and have access to. And Dove is one of our most successful brands. It grows every year. It appeals to more and more consumers every year. So in many ways, we have to build the moral case and the business case together to be able to ensure this gets continued attention from the top table and from the business.
Totally agree. It's great to hear you say that. And yeah, absolutely. I can't add to that. Should we talk about product? Everyone's in the game one way or another. We'll start off, I think, by talking about the actual buying process, which obviously, Mark, is your realm. You represent some of the world's greatest brands, and you create so much collateral that really does need to be accessible. So give us some of your thoughts and experiences, and how we can help brands to reach people with disabilities in a much more kind of routine way, I guess.
Yeah, I really like this notion of inclusive design, and I think the way to think about it is that the biggest design fail to me is a disabled entrance to a building, right? Because that basically says you built the building the wrong way in the first place, right? There should be an entrance to the building that everybody can use. Now, we can't go back to the 19th century and recreate the world, but we can do that today. And so we're working with Microsoft on Unilever on an inclusive design lab to think through in everything that they do, how do we make products that everybody can use? And I think that should just be the way in which we go about business. But we can go further, and there's some work that we've done with Tommy Hilfiger that Christina played a big role in doing, in designing a line of adapted clothing for people with disabilities, clothing that's easy to take on and put off. You can do it up with one hand, not two hands, and it came about a little bit because Tommy Hilfiger himself personally was touched in his family by disability, and an idea really to create a line of clothing. Now, what's interesting is that it's a for-profit business and it's growing and it's successful. I think secondly, in the marketing of it, the whole end-to-end marketing was done from designing the clothes to shooting the television commercial to the people that featured in the clothing were people with disabilities. So it was sort of built into the Tommy Hilfiger adaptive line. So I think that we need to do both things, but I think in principle, I would say the principles of inclusive design, I think, are the most important ones, because if we apply them consistently, then we really will, sort of make the world a much more inclusive place.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think as we fix that better, equally, we start to help disability itself just not be seen as such a problem. Because I think part of the really bad rep that disability has is because it's seen so frequently as a problem, because, you've got to fix things after the event. And actually, if we can get into that mindset, this idea of inclusive design, and everybody's encouraged to think about accessibility right from the get-go, it suddenly doesn't become a problem later in the day, and quite often you get a better end product as a result. So yeah, great stuff. Thanks, Mark. Lena, should we talk about product next? You've talked about Dove already. How much further do you think we've got to go to really get the best product experience?
It's a long way. I must say with all humility that it's a long way still. Yeah. And it's fantastic that we are working with Mark and team and using the Inclusive Design Laboratory to stretch our thinking on how we can make our products and brands much more accessible. But it is still a long way up. It's still one or two examples when we have 400 brands that touch billions of consumers everywhere. One of the examples I was inspired by, because we have such scale and we can use the scale for good in such powerful ways. For example, in Indonesia, we have an app called Jerak, because 1 out of 10 Indonesians are disabled. We know that the roads and infrastructure is not great to get to work or get to anywhere. And this app allows people with disability to understand where there is access to disability-friendly facilities. It maps the mapping guides, gives them more guidance on the routes, and they can speak with other people who are like them to find places that are easier to navigate to get to work or wherever else they want to. And I was absolutely blown to see that 87 million people use this app, and it's like the #1 trending app in travel at a local country level. So it just shows that if we are thoughtful about the products we make, the brand experiences we have, we could make such a difference in the world. It would make sense for the consumers. It allows our brands to get the mind and heart space that we want our brands to have. And it makes business sense, it makes common sense, it makes moral sense, all of it coming together. So long way to go, but some examples to give us hope.
Yes, and hope we'll cling on to it and and make it happen. Awesome stuff. Thank you. Cindy, the digital tech space, I mean, the whole world is becoming increasingly reliant on the tech. So, you know, everything needs to be inclusive. So what can Microsoft do to kind of really raise the bar now in that accessibility space?
Yeah, I think Mark said it beautifully. I mean, inclusive design thinking is deeply embedded within our processes. And we don't build technology for disabled people. We build technology that works for everyone. You know, every website, every application, our productivity software, our operating system, our gaming experiences are built with everyone in mind. And, you know, we've made some amazing progress, but we still have a very long way to go. I know we're short on time, so I did just want to pick up on Lena's point about COVID-19, because I think it's, you know, we've just done some research in the US, and it's clear to us that people with disabilities in some ways are being disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. And in the US, 1 in 5 employees with disabilities have lost their jobs since the beginning of the pandemic, compared to 1 in 7 without disabilities. So I do think it's worth recognizing that these are very challenging times for people with disabilities. We have a disability answer desk, and we've seen call volumes increase 200% since the pandemic began. So I think we're making great progress in this space, but there's just so much more work to do.
Agree entirely. I didn't actually know that stat on disability job losses as well, which is really quite sobering, isn't it? But okay, let's talk a bit about innovation. I'm conscious of time too. We've touched on innovation already, so we'll be brief with this. But clearly, with all businesses growing and moving forward, innovation is kind of business critical. I'm wondering whether there's time to go to all 3 of you on this. So if anyone who wants to leap in with the answer that they feel is most prevalent. But the question really is, why, when we're thinking about innovation, is disability important to consider?
Who wants to go?
No, I think, look, I just say there are many examples where people with tackling issues that people with disability can lead to innovation. I'm told this, that the typewriter was invented for a countess who was losing her sight. Yeah. There are many things that in tackling one problem, you come up with an answer. So I think that we should continue to persist in trying to make the world a more inclusive place. And I'm sure that we all struggle with finding the shower bottle and opening a can and many things, right? Increasingly as we get older. So I think that this will generally be a better thing for all of us.
Awesome.
You know,
Sorry.
The big complex problems of our time need different minds, and therefore some of the psychological safety we need for people with diverse ideas, diverse life experiences, diverse toolkits is so important to be able to find a breakthrough answer to some of these big complex problems that can't be solved by one brain alone.
Yeah, absolutely agree. It's the diversity of perspective is so massively important. Thank you guys for that. As we kind of come to the end of this, it'd be great just to hear what you kind of all hope for the future, for just the next couple of years, maybe in this accessibility space. Cindy, do you want to take it first?
Yeah, I'm very optimistic, Corey. I mean, I'm blessed with a team of very dedicated colleagues and a CEO who keeps accessibility at the top of our list of priorities as a company. And what I'm really excited about is the impact that we can have with our customers. And my goal is to introduce accessibility into every customer conversation. We have a program called Just One More Thing, inspired by our Chief Accessibility Officer. And we're finding that if you introduce accessibility into the customer conversation, it's almost universally received with great interest. And we're trying to scale this program right across the region so that we can really create a culture where everyone feels valued and welcomed.
Yeah.
Awesome. Lena?
I hope, Corey, when we speak 2 years from now or 3 years from now, you can tell me that Unilever is the beacon for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the world. I really, really hope so. And I really hope we don't have to 3 years later try to convince people on why it's important. There's no more need for business case, moral case. People just get it and do it because they understand it.
Yeah, yeah, love it. I totally agree. Mark, anything you can add?
I think as both Unilever and Microsoft are clients, when our clients speak like that, you can see how why taking this more seriously and putting disability really at the heart of the agenda for WPP will make us both a better company but also a more successful company. And I think when those two things align, when the moral imperative and the business imperative align, then truly we're in the right place. So we have more work to do, as everyone recognises, and we're not there yet. But I think that it's something that I'm committed to, and our leadership is committed to, and I think will help make WPP a better, a more successful company in the future.
Brilliant. It's great to hear, and totally agree. Having this kind of top level C-suite, they call it, engagement is just so brilliant and so energizing. And I think now we're at that point where we need more of it. We need so much more of it. And I'd say to anybody who's watching this now, use this as the ammunition to go and win the case in your own organizations. We need buy-in at all levels of the organization, but that starts right at the top and it ripples down, but it does start right at the top with leaders like these amazing guys here. Mark, Lena, Cindy, thank you so much for your time, for your insights, and I've really enjoyed today's session, and I really hope you have too.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Thank you, Lena. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Corey.
Cindy, Corey. Bye.
Wow. Wow, that's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you, Mark, Cindy, Lena, and particularly Corey, for that session. What an amazing range of different inputs you've offered there, and obviously helped us feel inspired as well that the leaders we're talking about are listening to us, because these are our stories as well in the accessibility community about what we're trying to achieve, and also understanding what your goals are so that we can align with the things that you're trying to do. So that was fantastic. A couple of things I want to pick up on, little signposts. Christina's session is on Thursday. Mark mentioned the work that she did with Tommy Hilfiger, which was a fantastic campaign, fantastically successful campaign. She's going to be talking on Thursday about that, Thursday morning. And also some of the stats that Cindy alluded to in the US. There's a session tomorrow morning from Scope talking about the impact of COVID on the lives of disabled people, and some of the data that they've pulled together around working life, but also life at home and other aspects of their life. And I think it's easy to be very positive and hearing the leaders speak in that way, but of course the way that disabled people's lives have been affected by COVID has been disproportionate. The data shows that. And so we want to start tomorrow's session by looking at the big picture of the lives of disabled people and the impact that COVID is having, and also then look at the ways that technology can match up to their needs. But what an amazing session. Just hearing business leaders give up their time. Firstly, that's 45 minutes of their time they've put into our day to talk about accessibility and disability. That wasn't happening 5 years ago when we started TechShare Pro. It is happening now. It is happening because of Caroline and her work on the Valuable 500, but it's also happening because of the bubbling up of all the accessibility community and evangelists, and they're putting their names out there and saying, let's try and get this done. But of course, getting the ear of the C-suite is our real goal. And so I hope that what we've created there is an opportunity for a conversation that you can have in your organization and say, look, this is what these people are getting from this. Lovely little mix there between Unilever, Microsoft and WPP, and Mark at the end saying, you're our clients, so we're going to listen to what your priorities are. All of that is an amazing opportunity for us all to go out there and make the change happen at that top level. So a huge thank you to the panel for their time. Again, thank you so much, Corey, for running that session for us, and thank you all for joining us today. So next things that can happen, we've got some workshops running at 1 o'clock, and they're in the program. If you find the program, if you click on the VCM link at the top left-hand corner of the panel, another top tip, use your browser rather than the Teams app if you can. It seems to be more adaptable when you're joining events. There may be some exceptions to that. I think I've just read that an iPad may be struggling on the browser. It's not clear whether it works exactly the same way in every browser. So that's a general point. I know some people have had some issues using clicking through. And then the program button inside the VCM link will take you to a list of all the sessions this afternoon. There's a lot of stuff going on in the different streams. The schedule will show you the chunk. Look inside the program to find out what's inside the actual chunks. So let us know on the chat if you're having any questions or issues around the technology. We're going to build a little top tips link. We'll send around during the end of the day, towards the end of the day. We're all new to working in this way, and we've made this as accessible as we can, but we know there's probably things that we can either make more accessible or at least share top tips that you've found about workarounds and other things. So let us know those things and we'll share those out before tomorrow's sessions start. The sessions at 1 o'clock are in the program. What we're going to do now is play some videos that have been sent over by Microsoft. Lots of different top tips about using the accessibility features in Office. For those of you that are Office users, you'll know that all sorts of features in there now in terms of accessibility functionality. And a lot of what we're trying to do with Microsoft generally is to raise awareness of those features, get people clicking on the accessibility checker, for example, in their email or their PowerPoint or their Word documents. So that'll play now. You can have a wander around the exhibition hall. You can check in on the schedule or the program to see what's coming up. There are workshops over lunchtime. There is a 250-person ceiling on that, so on each of those because of the way that we're running them. So if you do want to get into one, then it's worth getting into the one you want as soon as you can. If you miss it, they are being recorded and they'll be played out afterwards. They're coming through, the recordings are coming through during the day. They have to be processed and then put back into the platform. So keep your eye open for that if you do miss it. But thank you so much for joining us, and what an amazing way to start the conference. Hearing from those business leaders, really inspiring to know that that's where they're coming from chimes so much with what we're doing. So I hope that's given you some inspiration and something to take back to your leaders to talk about what you can do in your organization. So thanks for all that, and we'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, my name is Cassandra Marrero, and today I'm going to be talking to you about my favorite experience in Microsoft Teams. I spend most of my days in meetings, and to make the most of those meetings, I like to be able to achieve 3 things. The first thing, I like to keep the discussion focused. Second thing, I like to be able to have my say without interrupting others. And the last thing, I like to be able to go back to the discussion so that I can then check on my call to actions. So how do I do that? Super simple. Let me show you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to apply the background effect so that I can actually block the visual noise. So that's as simple as that. The next thing that I'm going to do is then hit on record so that I can actually watch it later. And lastly, let us not forget that I can raise my hand at any point and have my voice heard. And that's why I love Microsoft Teams meetings.
Hi everyone, I'm Dan, and I just want to share with you a few new features we've got in Word to help with spell checking and actually getting things done quickly. So the first one is the dictate feature that we have here in the ribbon. I'm able to talk in a language of my choice, typically English, and it will translate automatically for me on the screen, which is really handy. We also have a great app called Editor, which is the evolution of our spell checker app. And in here you can see it's giving me coaching around spelling and grammar in the languages that I've got set up in my document. So it's really handy to get some insight into what those words actually mean, as well as being able to get the word to be read out loud to me. So I hope that helps. Thanks for listening.
Hi, my name's Elliot, and I'm going to show you today how to enable the accessibility prompt across Outlook. To do this, click on the cog icon in the top right corner to open up the settings pane, and then you want to go to the bottom and click on View All Outlook Settings. From here, select General, and then accessibility. And from beneath it, you'll see an option with a tick box that says ask senders to send content that's accessible. This will enable a prompt in the Outlook web app as well as your desktop app to make sure that everyone who sends you mails and messages in the future will be sending accessible and inclusive messages because they able to check them with the accessibility checker. Go enable this today. It's a fantastic feature to make your organization more inclusive.
Hi, my name is Emma Ledger, and today I'm going to be talking about quiet hours in Microsoft Teams. I'm sure I'm not alone with the recent change to remote working in finding it challenging to create boundaries between work and home life. To use quiet hours, we navigate to the settings pane, go to notifications and go to quiet hours. I can then select to switch on or off my quiet hours from particular periods of time up to particular days of the week. This is going to help me to support mindfulness and mental health and minimize distractions out of hours.
Hi, my name is Fernando and I want to show you a simple trick in Outlook to automatically give you and everyone else at work a bit of a breather between calls and hopefully help with your mental well-being. There's a growing number of us right now who are adapting to remote working, and our calendars tend to easily get filled up with back-to-back meetings, so it's very important that we remember to take breaks and clear our heads before jumping straight into the next call. Go to your Outlook calendar options, find the End Appointments and Meetings Early menu and mark the checkbox. You can then use the drop-downs to select the number of minutes that you want to take out of meetings. And after that, whenever you schedule a meeting, those minutes will be automatically discounted. So go on, use it, you'll thank yourself and so will everyone else.
Hi, I'm Hector Minto from the Corporate Responsibility team here at Microsoft. I'm going to show you Reading on Magnify, a brand new feature available in Windows 10. Whenever you're magnified, Windows Plus, in the Windows environment, you can click on any text and choose Reading. So you'll see here, we have a wordy document. Control, Alt, and click on the text.
In consideration of the matters described above and of the mutual benefits and obligation.
Invokes reading absolutely anywhere within the Windows environment, including places like the Notes tab in PowerPoint. So this is not specific to documents. This will work absolutely anywhere.
Use your PC without a display.
This really powers up the magnifier feature in Windows, adding read out loud anywhere within the environment. Thanks so much.
My name is Joanna, and I'm going to show you the coolest feature in PowerPoint. Design Ideas uses AI to suggest a template for your slide, which many people might think that it's all about making those slides look nice, but it was actually originally built as an accessibility feature for those people who had any movement impairment. You can go and start using the feature today by opening your PowerPoint and select the Design Ideas button. This will come up with certain suggestions for my slide, and I will be able to pick the one that I think that is most appropriate. It also works with text in a similar way that works with pictures, suggesting me templates for my slide. And voila, it's that easy to help you make your slides look nice, clean, by using Design Ideas in PowerPoint.
Hello, I'm Tim Nelms from the UK Association for Accessible Formats, or UCAF for short. We're delighted to be supporting the TechShare Pro 2020 event with a series of lunch and learn sessions aimed at giving you essential facts and information about accessible information standards. Over the course of the next 3 days, our subject experts are hosting sessions on Braille, large print, audio, EPUB, PDF, Office documents, and music. During these sessions, you'll learn about important standards, you'll see demonstrations of assistive technology, and hopefully understand the future of accessible information. During this introductory session, I'm here to tell you about UCAF, the social history and laws affecting accessible information, the types of disability affecting access to information, and the standards UCAF creates for making information accessible to everyone, regardless of disability. A wide range of disabilities affect people's ability to access information and communicate. 285 million people worldwide are blind or partially sighted. In the UK, more than 2 million people live with sight loss, according to the RNIB, and of those, 270,000 are severely sight impaired or blind. 466 million people, over 5% of the world's population, has hearing loss of more than 40 decibels. 1 in 6 of the UK adult population is affected by hearing loss, and about 900,000 people are severely or profoundly deaf. 186 million people worldwide, or 2%, have cognitive or learning disabilities. 1.5 million people in the UK are affected by this. It is estimated that between 1 and 2% of the global population has had at any one time a severe speech, language and communication disability, of which as many as 900,000 people in the UK are affected. Disabilities involving vision, hearing, speech, cognition or movement abilities can profoundly affect people's ability to access information and/or to communicate. Under legislation like the Equality Act 2010 in the UK and the EU Web Accessibility Directive, a person has the right to be accommodated and receive information adjusted to their needs. Educators, publishers, government, banks, and many other organizations need guidance on the most appropriate way to make accommodations and provide accessible information. Standards play a critical role in ensuring that all information is accessible to everyone, regardless of disability, by ensuring that it can be easily read. What do we do? The UK Association for Accessible Formats is the industry association that sets standards and promotes best practice for accessible information in the UK. We work with national and international bodies to represent UK interests in setting information accessible standards worldwide. Our work enables public and private sector organizations to deliver high-quality services to meet the needs of people who have information or communication disabilities. We work with organizations representing people with a wide variety of disabilities to publish and promote accessible information standards. Who do we help? Well, we help authors, publishers, businesses, and public sector bodies understand how to meet their customers' accessible information needs and meet reasonable adjustment criteria. We help transcribers create and publish accessible information in accordance with best practice guidelines and recognized standards. We help people with information disabilities to access and communicate using open standards, and we represent and promote the interests of people with information disabilities. Finally, we collate feedback from end users and use this to drive the development of accessible information standards with international bodies. Our vision is to make information accessible to everyone, regardless of impairment. Let's talk about the social history and disability rights. In talking about accessible information, it's important to understand its place in social history and the current laws and regulation driving adoption of accessible technologies. Going back thousands of years, human rights have accumulated in every aspect of society. The abolition of slavery, men's suffrage, women's suffrage, post-war human rights, civil rights, including race, religious and sex discrimination, have all been important steps to the goal of creating an equal society. Disability rights are, unfortunately, at the tail end of a long history of making the world an equal and just place. The first significant global action concerning disability rights and accessibility was the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The UNCRPD has served as an important catalyst in the global movement to viewing people with disabilities as full and equal members of society. The convention is intended to, quote, promote, protect and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms by all persons with disabilities and to promote respect for their inherent dignity. As of November 2019, it has 163 signatories, which includes the European Union. The Convention is monitored by the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and a network of national equality and human rights commissions. The UN CRPD has been an important catalyst for national and supranational legislation around the world and is cited as influencing the UK Equality Act and the European Accessibility Act. In addition to the UN CRPD, there are a range of local laws and regulations affecting disability, discrimination, and access to information. The Americans with Disability Act, ADA 1990, affords protections against discrimination to Americans with disabilities similar to those found in the US Civil Rights Act. The UK Disability Discrimination Act of 1995, along with 9 other discrimination laws, were merged into the UK Equality Act in 2010. Legislation intended to protect disabled Canadians include the Accessibilities for Ontarians with Disabilities Act of 2005 and the Accessible Canada Act of 2019. In Australia, it's the Disability Discrimination Act of 1992. In Spain, Royal Decree 1494 of 2007. In Israel, it's Equal Rights for Persons with Disabilities Law 5758 of 1998 and 2018. At the European level, the EU Web Accessibility Directive of 2016 is designed to provide people with disabilities better access to the websites and mobile apps of public services in Europe. The directive covers websites and apps in public sector bodies with a limited number of exceptions. The implementation period is from 2018 to 2020. Annual monitoring and reporting of public sector websites and apps is required and must be communicated to the Commission and made public for the first time by the 23rd of December 2021. The EU Web Accessibility Directive of 2016 is implemented by national laws and regulations, including in the UK, the Public Sector Bodies, Websites and Mobile Applications Accessibility Regulations of 2018, and in Spain by Royal Decree 1112 of 2018, and many others around Europe. Looking forward, the European Accessibility Act of 2019 is a European Union directive that provides common rules on accessibility in the EU to make more accessible products and services in the market and facilitate cross-border trading. It considers obligations deriving from the UN CRPD and covers, amongst other things, computers, digital kiosks, smartphones, smart TVs, telephony, media services, banking, transport, e-books, and e-commerce. The implementation period is from 2022 to 2025. In addition, Section 508 of the US Rehabilitation Act governs accessibility of ICT in the federal government and has a counterpart in the EU's EN 301549 accessibility requirements suitable for public procurement of ICT products and services in Europe. Section 508 was refreshed in 2018 to WCAG 2.0 Level A and AA in a coordinated effort aimed at international harmonization with European Commission work on EN 301549. Finally, the Marrakesh Treaty to facilitate access to published works for people who are blind or visually impaired, or otherwise known as the MVT of 2013, requires limitations and exceptions to copyright law to permit reproduction, distribution, and making available of published works in formats designed to be accessible to visually impaired persons. It covers persons who are blind, visually impaired, or print disabled, or with a physical disability that prevents them from holding and manipulating a book. Disability worldwide. The World Health Organization estimates that 1.2 billion people are disabled globally, or about 15% of the world's population. 1 in 5 of working adults have a disability, and 80% of disabilities are hidden, which means that you may not be aware of it, and individuals may not wish to disclose it. 75% of people with a disability have walked away from either a business or a job due to barriers associated with accessibility. The disposable income globally of disabled people is estimated to be over $1 trillion. This makes disabled people the largest minority group in the world with enormous spending power. Types of disability. Disability varies, but the 5 most common impairments are visual, auditory, speech, movement, and cognitive. A visual impairment means the vision or sight is limited to some extent. This varies from reduced vision in one or both eyes, low vision, to substantial, irreversible loss of vision in both eyes, blindness. Some people have limited or no sensitivity to certain colors, which is color blindness, or an increased sensitivity to bright colors. An auditory impairment limits the ability to hear and varies from impairment in one or both ears to deafness, which is complete hearing loss in both ears. People with an auditory impairment may be able to hear sound, but cannot always understand speech, especially when there is a lot of background noise. Hearing aids help people who fall into this category. Conditions that affect the brain and central nervous system can lead to cognitive and neurological impairment which affect the ability to read. However, such conditions do not correlate with the ability to cognitively process and understand content. Dyslexia is a common cognitive impairment that involves difficulty reading due to problems identifying speech sounds and learning how they relate to letters and words. And it affects areas of the brain that process language. A speech impediment, or an impairment of a communication type, is where normal speech is disrupted and cannot be recognized. Impairments include stuttering and lisps, or can be more profound, while being mute is an inability to speak at all. People with speech impediments often experience problems with voice-based services, so alternate services are required. A physical or motor impairment means that motor functions are disrupted and movement restricted. This diverse group of limitations includes people with involuntary movements, spasms or tremors, coordination problems, paralysis, arthritis, and other difficulties. Sight and vision impairment. The World Health Organization reports that at least 2.2 billion people in the world have a vision impairment or blindness. Of these, 285 million people are blind or have a moderate or severe visual impairment, which equates to approximately 4% of the global population. In Western, Central and Eastern Europe, over 21 million people are registered blind or have an MSBI. In the United Kingdom, there are 2.5 million people with an MSBI and 270,000 people registered blind. Globally, the leading causes of vision impairment include uncorrected refractive errors and cataracts. However, there are many more conditions which have a serious impact on sight, including cataracts and glaucoma. Most people with vision impairment are over the age of 50 years, and as global demographics change, so do the number of people affected by age-related conditions. A person with 20/20 vision can see what an average individual can see on an eye chart when they are standing 20 feet away. To be considered legally blind, visual acuity must be 20/200 or worse. Diseases can impact sight differently. For example, cataracts cause sight to become cloudy or misty, and some people report dazzle at night or in bright sunshine. Age-related macular degeneration is a condition that damages your optic nerve and causes loss of side vision in the early stages and central vision in the later stages. Diabetic retinopathy can affect the blood vessels at the back of the eye, which leads to patchy loss of central vision or side vision. Glaucoma is a condition that damages the optic nerve and causes loss of side vision in the early stages and central vision in the later stages. Consequently, accommodations must vary to deal with the differing characteristics of the disease. Standards. Standards play a critical role in ensuring that all information is accessible to everyone by ensuring that it can be easily read regardless of impairment. Accessible document standards include traditional formats such as Braille, large print and audio, as well as digital formats like PDF, HTML, and EPUB. These formats must be accurate and legible if they are to be meaningful to the people they're intended for. UCAF has introductions to all of these formats, which you can view or download from the UCAF website. Importantly, these formats all represent useful accommodations, and what we want to convey in this presentation is the very broad range of accessible formats and information available. Braille. Braille is a tactile reading system used by people who are visually impaired. It can be embossed on paper, or alternatively it can be read using refreshable Braille displays. A full Braille cell includes 6 raised dots arranged in 2 columns, each column having 3 dots, with the number and arrangement of the dots distinguishing one character from another. There are 64 possible combinations, including no dots, representing a space between words. Unified English Braille, UEB, is a Braille code developed by the International Council on English Braille to bring together several existing Braille codes into one unified code. This includes the literary code, mathematics, computer code, and music code. Grade 1 Braille includes the basic code, and Grade 2 includes contractions, which help compress text and improve the reading experience for users. UEB has been adopted in all the major English-speaking countries, including the UK, USA, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Nigeria, and South Africa. In October 2011, UCAF decided to adopt UEB as the official Braille code for the United Kingdom. Braille has the advantage that it can be read from embossed paper sheets as well as Braille displays connected to computers. There are an estimated 20,000 users in the UK. Audio and text-to-speech. Audio has historically been a very popular alternate format for blind and partially sighted users, and services in the UK like the Talking News Federation and the RNIB's Talking Books have for many years provided services to the general public, originally as tapes and records, but latterly as CDs and digital audio. Traditionally, content has been transcribed by human readers, but nowadays, automatic transcription by artificial intelligence can produce excellent quality results. Text-to-speech is used widely with screen readers, such as NVDA, JAWS, and Apple VoiceOver, to provide audio narration when using computers. The EPUB DAISY standard allows narration to be synchronized with audio. Large print. Unlike some other alternative formats, large print tends to lack strong, internationally recognized standards. Large print involves displaying text to a user with font sizes typically above 16 points, and represents by volume the largest of the alternate format remediations for printed documents. Two techniques are prevalent. Resizing is used with responsive content, and devices like ebooks and e-readers which allow information to be sized according to a user's preference while retaining a high quality of presentation. This technique ensures that the best possible results are achieved, but requires the original document design to be responsive to such resizing. Where responsiveness is not possible, Zoom can simply enlarge content to fill the screen, but with a noticeably pixelated appearance on the screen and consequent loss of quality. A recent innovation in accessible print technologies is to use smartphones to scan the page or a barcode to capture text that may be narrated by screen readers. This may then be resized and read in larger typefaces or using speech synthesis. DAISY and EPUB. EPUB is a standard for digital ebooks published by the International Digital Publishing Forum and is the most widely supported vendor-independent, XML-based, as opposed to PDF, ebook format. EPUB 2 was approved in October 2007, and the EPUB 3 specification became effective in October 2011. The EPUB format is based on many open standards, including the W3C's HTML. In May 2016, IDPF members approved a merger with the World Wide Web Consortium to fully align the publishing industry and core web technology. DAISY, Digital Accessible Information System, is a technical standard for digital audiobooks, periodicals, and computerized text. DAISY is designed to be used as a complete audio substitute for print material and is specifically designed for use by people with print disabilities, including blindness, impaired vision, and dyslexia. Based on the MP3 and XML formats, the DAISY format has features that allow visually impaired listeners to navigate something as complex as an encyclopedia or a textbook, otherwise impossible using conventional audio recordings. DAISY and EPUB are closely related standards using similar container formats. Publishing electronic books with audio narrative has become popularized by services like Audible, and EPUB is undoubtedly the most important digital standard for the publishing industry, which is using EPUB as the source format for both digital and paper publishing. Books, magazines, documentation, and long-form documents are the most likely to benefit from being published with EPUB. HTML. Hypertext markup language is the most basic building block of the web, and the recent HTML5 standard adds even more support for semantic tagging, which makes it ideal for defining the meaning and structure of content. Other technologies besides HTML are generally used to describe the web page's appearance or presentation qualities, CSS, or its functionality and behavior, JavaScript. Web content can be made accessible by making sure the correct hypertext markup language elements are used for the correct purpose. The HTML standard is developed and published by the World Wide Web Consortium, the W3C. WII-ARIA is a specification written by the W3C defining a set of additional HTML attributes that can be applied to elements to provide additional semantics and improve accessibility wherever it is lacking. For example, for user interface controls that involve unsemantic HTML and dynamic JavaScript. HTML is a normative reference for the W3C WCAG, EPUB, and DAISY standards. Portable document format. Introduced by Adobe Systems in 1993, portable document format is widely used for publishing and reading digital documents and became an ISO standard in 2008. PDF UA, Universal Accessibility, is a revision of the PDF standard that defines guidelines for making PDF documents accessible and became an ISO standard in July 2012, updated in 2014. PDF UA is referenced by the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG 2.0. PDF UA includes several features in support of accessibility, the core of which is the ability to determine the logical order of content in a PDF document, independently of the content's appearance or layout through tags. Hence the term tagged PDF. This makes it possible for an assistive technology like web browsers to read a PDF out loud, reflow it for a small screen, and facilitate users who rely on keyboard control. PDF has the benefit that it can faithfully render printed material on digital devices and on print media. PDF UA ensures the documents are fully accessible when they are used. However, there are still many examples of bad PDF that fail to reach accessible standards. PDF similarity to the printed page means that it is especially useful where both print and digital forms of a document are required. Industries like publishing, financial services, government, healthcare, and utilities all depend heavily on PDF for printed and digital communications. Office documents. Microsoft Office and Google Docs, amongst many others, are ubiquitous tools for authoring content. However, when these tools were originally designed, they did not incorporate document semantics or consider the need for accessible information. Styles are the key to incorporating semantics into Office documents and are the equivalent of semantic tags in HTML, like H1 and P for paragraph. When styles are used at the authoring stage, they can be flowed through to other published renditions of the original, such as HTML and PDF, which means that they can be read with screen readers. Office documents are widely used for authoring content, but not always for publishing content. Accessible images. Accessible images is attracting increased attention, and considerable work has been done since 2012 to develop standards. In particular, the so-called alt description tag has been added to digital standards to allow descriptions to be provided. Unfortunately, there is plenty of pictorial image information that isn't classified and described, so there are great efforts afoot, mainly in the artificial intelligence tools and communities, to automate the process of making images accessible. The common theme behind accessible formats is the need for semantics. Semantics describe the relationship between and the meaning of words and is a key concept for understanding information. Common semantics include titles, headings, images, captions, document navigation, references, tables, and captions. But different standards and formats have different ways of expressing semantics. For example, a printed book may have a table of contents and page numbers as its primary means of navigation. An ebook, on the other hand, may have a navigation menu with hyperlinks to other parts of the publication. Some standards, such as HTML and PDF, are able to convey a wide range of semantics. However, other standards find this more challenging. Semantics are important to the reading experience because many publications require navigation of content in a non-linear manner. It would be frustrating to find that a publication had to be read linearly from first to last, but documents without semantics impose that limitation on the reader. Having introduced UCAF human rights and legislation, disability and accessible information standards, I hope that you now have a good understanding of what UCAF does. Our mission is to establish effective guidance for accessible information across a broad range of accessible standards, abilities, and sectors. We want to create flourishing forums for accessible information standards, peopled by experts in their field who you're hearing over the next few days. We partner with leading international standards bodies to ensure the best practices are applied in the UK. Those organisations include the DAISY Consortium, ISAB, and the PDF Association. We want to ensure that best practice advice and guidance is available to support transcribers. We want to publicise and promote the need for accessible information to publishers and the public in general. And we want to engage users and promote their views in accessible information standards. We hope that you found this introduction to UCAF useful and that you'll enjoy our sessions over the next 2 days. And in addition, we're hosting an accessible information panel session at 4 o'clock today, attended by all of our subject experts for UCAF standards. Please join us there. Thank you for your time, wherever you may be.
Introduction to Braille, Jim McCafferty. I have been a trustee of UCAF, UK Association for Accessible Formats, since June 2011 and have edited our magazine, Format Matters, since 2012. I am also currently interim subject lead for Braille. What is Braille? Long before Louis Braille's time, attempts had been made to create embossed letters or shapes on wood or paper to enable the visually impaired to read by touch. After the Napoleonic Wars, a French artillery officer named Charles Barbier invented night writing, which used raised dots on cardboard to send written messages on battlefields by night. It was this military system that Braille adapted for the visually impaired. In 1819, when he was 10, he was accepted at the Institute for Visually Impaired Children in Paris. In the 1820s, it occurred to Captain Charles Barbier that his system could be used by the visually impaired. He took it to the school where Louis Braille was one of the pupils enlisted to evaluate it. The students found it interesting but too rudimentary to be of much value to them. It inspired Louis, however, to work out an improved system of his own, which he completed in 1824 at the age of 15. After laborious trial and error, he simplified Barbier's method using 6 dots in varying patterns in domino-like cells, which provided a total of 63 permutations for different letters and numbers and later musical notes. The 64th permutation, with no dots at all, was the space symbol. The other pupils at the school took to Braille's method. Its simplicity made it easy to learn. Braille became a teacher at the school himself in 1826 and published his method 3 years later in a typically modest 32-page book entitled Method of Writing Language, Plain Chant and Music by means of raised points for the use of blind persons. It was printed in embossed text. He produced an improved version of his system in 1837, and Pierre Foucault, another visually impaired pupil of the school, invented what was in effect the first typewriter for the visually impaired in 1841. Also in 1841, Braille had told Foucault that access to communication was vitally important for visually impaired people. It made them more independent, as they could both read and write. The Braille system, which enables visually impaired people to read and write, was introduced to the United Kingdom in the latter half of the 19th century. Following a conference held in Edinburgh in 1905, there was a major reform of the system. Another such reform took place in 1932, by which time the system was known as Standard English Braille. In 2011, UCAF, after consultation with the Braille reading public, took the decision to implement Unified English Braille. There was a 5-year implementation programme from Standard English to Unified English Braille. Training was given throughout the UK and material is still available from RNIB, Royal National Institute of Blind People. What's happening with standards? Unified English Braille was developed over a number of years by ICEB, International Council on English Braille, and indeed continues to evolve. The concept behind UEB is that Braille can be standardised in English-speaking countries where it is used, thus enabling an easy interchange of files electronically. Those countries include Australia, Canada, Ireland, New Zealand, South Africa, United Kingdom and the United States of America. Standards for producing Braille are constantly being developed, including those for mathematics, music, etc. by ICEB, on the executive committee of which UCAF has a representative. Similarly, print symbols are often debated nationally and internationally with a view to replicating them in Braille. UEB is therefore much more versatile, and to date symbols include those for bold, italics, underline, the copyright and trademark signs, and the tick mark. The rulebook for UEB is regularly reviewed and updated. It is available as a print, online electronic or Braille document, the latter running to several volumes. What resources are there for learning and learning about Braille? There is a lot of material available for learning and learning about Braille, and I can only scratch the surface here. For more information, please contact the UCAF or RNIB websites www.ucaf.org and www.rnib.org.uk respectively. For young children, there is hands-on, where learning is supervised by a teacher. Younger and older adults have a choice. Fingerprint allows learners to teach themselves abbreviated or contracted Braille, and Dr. Dots is a course for those who prefer to read Braille which is written out in full. UEB training is available online, and for people with sight who wish to learn Braille, the Braille Primer is there to assist. UCAF has produced a very useful document which details changes from Standard English to Unified English Braille following implementation of the latter. A number of organisations for the visually impaired throughout the UK also teach Braille, often to a very high standard. What important technological developments are happening with Braille? Throughout the evolution of Braille, various methods have been developed to produce it. To begin with, there was the handwriting frame, where each dot was laboriously punched out. A number of Braille writing machines were designed and invented, including the one already mentioned, but probably the most widely used is the Perkins. Introduced around 1950, it has stood the test of time. Some years ago, the Perkins Institute in the United States of America, from which the machine bears its name, has developed a more lightweight, mainly plastic version. Since the 1980s, attempts have been made to introduce devices which produce Braille electronically. I first came across the Braille Writer in 1984, designed and distributed by Pathway Communications of Hereford, United Kingdom. This was very limited, as it only had a random access memory of 10K, but at the time it was revolutionary. Currently I use the Braille Note, designed and manufactured by Humanware, whose European headquarters is in Rushton, Northamptonshire, United Kingdom. This allows me to create documents in various file formats, keep details of addresses, appointments, etc., and both send and receive emails. I can also access the Accessible Library Trust website to download books, where there is a treasure trove of reading available to me. Most of the electronic devices for producing Braille are very expensive. More recently, however, some low-cost devices have been introduced, such as the Orbit Reader and Braille Me. They use either Duxbury or LibLouis software translation programs. How to demonstrate the use of technology. I have used my Braille Note to prepare this document, and am using it to make my presentation. By attaching it to either a printer or Braille embosser, I can produce hard copy documents in print or braille, the system I have come to know best, which has served me well for over 60 years. How is braille being used? Since its development, innumerable uses for braille have been devised. Firstly, it allows visually impaired people to read for pleasure. Magazines such as Progress, first published by RNIB in the 1890s, as well as UCAF's own Format Matters. In addition, both classic and contemporary novels have been and continue to be produced, together with reference books and instruction manuals. To assist with the education of visually impaired people, some specialist codes have been devised, such as mathematics, music, and some foreign languages. Personal documents, such as financial statements and utility bills, are regularly available. In the home, it is used for labelling. CDs, chargers for electrical appliances, etc. For me, it also means my being able to keep information confidential, such as national insurance and passport numbers, together with bank account details. More than that, though, braille allows visually impaired people to get involved in their local community. Examples of this include becoming involved with local youth organisations, a local church or residents' association. A very welcome use of braille in recent years has been its being produced on the packaging for pharmaceutical products. Increasingly, it is appearing on supermarket products, both comestible and domestic, in lifts and on trains. Airlines too often have braille safety instructions for visually impaired passengers. Museums and other exhibitors who allow visitors with a visual impairment to examine exhibits by touch often have details in braille. One local example of this is the Honours of Scotland exhibition, which is housed in Edinburgh Castle. Next steps, the future of braille. Through organisations such as UCAF and ICEB, braille codes will continually be reviewed and developed to make them more compatible with print. Mention has already been made of the online training for Learning UEB, an extremely welcome innovation. More learning and teaching materials will also be enhanced, thus making braille readily available to visually impaired people. For me, the future of braille really does look bright. When I first learnt to read and write, I never dreamt for one moment that I would be using a device like a braille note to prepare and deliver this presentation. Whilst at school, I was taught by a number of visually impaired teachers, and I often think how much easier and more rewarding their job would have been if they had had the use of technology available to me. Finally, there is the introduction of low-cost braille displays such as the Orbit Reader and Braille Me already mentioned, which make electronic devices much more affordable for visually impaired people to buy. Who knows what may be just around the corner?
Hi,
Hey everyone, welcome back to Stream 1, financial information, financial services, accessibility, COVID, customer services, COVID age, a whole load of stuff we're going to cover in the next couple of hours. There's a couple of panels coming up, which I know you'll enjoy. There is also the accessible gaming stream going on. This is the first time today where these streams are going to split, so if you're interested in the gaming stream, you need to pop out of this one, use the little VCM click at the top, go into the schedule and go back into the other stream, and you'll find the accessible gaming session starting over there with my colleague David. So what we're going to do here is talk about financial services, and I'd like to say hello to Paul Smythe, who you'll have seen this morning talking with Robin, my colleague Robin. I'm hoping he's going to join me on the screen here. Just to say hello and say, hi Paul, how are you doing? I can't...
Session so far.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm really good, really good. Hopefully you can hear me.
I can now, yeah. Did you see the business leaders one?
I did, yeah, awesome.
Wasn't it good?
Awesome.
It's fantastic.
So,
and yeah, I mean, obviously you and I, this is your 4th TechShare Pro, so I also just wanted to say thank you for all of your support over the years. It's just gone, bigger and bigger every time, but so much support that we get from Barclays and you in particular, so thank you. Just wanted to acknowledge
thanks
that.
to you, the AbilityNet folks and Microsoft for putting this on. It's incredible to see it go, a bit bigger and better and reaching more people.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So we've got a couple of sessions this afternoon. I'm just going to hand over to you. One of the newfangled things we're going to try is I'm going to try and bring the questions in from the conference, who are all in the stream. So at some point you'll probably see me pop up on screen, and I'll try and catch your attention. I'll try and choose the right point. I'll try and choose the right point in your streams of consciousness between you. But just warning you that we haven't tried this yet, so it might clunk a little bit as it comes through. So anyway, I'm looking forward to the session, and good luck with that, and I'll catch up with you soon.
Okay, thank you, Mark. And so hi everyone. So well, first off, thanks for joining this banking session, especially with gaming going on at the same time. So Paul Smythe here, I head up digital accessibility for Barclays. Being vision impaired, let me try and describe myself. I guess I'm in my 30s, I've got brown hair, I'm wearing a black t-shirt. Don't actually remember what colour my eyes are. Oh dear, maybe green. And yeah, as Mark says, it's a real pleasure to be invited back. This is my 4th year speaking at TechShare Pro, and really just sharing with you some of the work that we in the Barclays accessibility and vulnerability teams have been doing. So, we've got an hour to do this. I'm joined by some great guests. So in about 10 or 15 minutes, we'll bring them in to hear from other banks and get their perspective on what they're doing. And really for this first hour, it's very much that. It's looking at what accessible banking means, what it means sort of before COVID, and what it means now in this COVID crisis in terms of how banks are serving their disabled, older, vulnerable customers and supporting their workforce. So hopefully that sort of makes sense. To Mark's point, any questions that you do have, if you're watching this live, please do sort of send them through. And between Mark and I, we'll do our best to try and funnel those difficult questions to the lovely panel that we've got starting in about 15 minutes. But again, let me sort of start off and really level set and share with you some of the things we've seen and the things we've been working on at Barclays, if that's okay. So I really wanted to chat through sort of 3 stories with you today. I guess the first is to really do a recap, in case you haven't heard me talk about this in the past, what accessible banking services sort of means, before COVID, where we used to have to, put trousers on and go out and go to a bank branch. Things were different a few months ago. I wanted to share with you as well sort of some of the extra support and services that we've been putting in place to really support the immediate needs of disabled and older and vulnerable customers now in these challenging months. And really talk about how we're supporting our, our workforce through this time as well. So if that sounds like a plan, let me sort of rewind and recap in terms of the big picture at Barclays. So, we've had an active accessibility program for a number of years. We're serious and committed about it. We have an ambition to be the most accessible FTSE company. And it's heartwarming to hear so many of the businesses on the sessions throughout the day also sort of have that ambition. You know, for Barclays, what does accessibility mean and why it matters? It's about ensuring that all people can use our products and services or be employed by us, regardless of their abilities, their situation, you know, their circumstance. By leveraging inclusive tech, we can enable and empower all people to work, to bank, to reach their full potential. So, you know, by leaning into accessibility, it helps us build a great experience for a greater number of people, and ensuring that our digital services, we don't leave out or leave behind anyone, that people can do their banking how, when, and where they want on their own terms. So that said, you know, we have had a wide variety of accessible customer services that we've offered to a range of disabled and older customers to meet their nuanced needs. And let me just kind of recap a few of these, so again, to sort of aid everyone's understanding. So I guess when I think about customers with sight difficulties, you know, historically this was about offering paperwork in alternative formats. You know, a session in an hour's time will really drill in on this. You know, we offered talking ATMs to help people with sight difficulties or print difficulties like dyslexia to get cash out independently, you know, really impactful. We offer high visibility debit cards as well to make it easier to make purchases and so forth. But, you know, equally important is making sure that our digital services, our mobile banking app, our online banking websites, are as accessible as they can be. And one of the main ways we do this is really partnering with AbilityNet and accessibility accrediting those key sites and apps to make sure that, you know, they're accessible for those who need it and really usable for everyone. So, you know, really important to us on that front. When I think about, you know, customers with hearing and speech difficulties, you know, we offer virtual sign language interpreter services, and we also make sure that our other channels like instant messaging or maybe video banking, if I'm hard of hearing and reliant on lip reading, that we do user testing to make sure that these do work for hard of hearing folks. When I think about customers with mobility and dexterity difficulties, you know, historically this was about making sure our high street bank branches were physically accessible, but more so now it's about making sure that contactless payments and you know, it's seamless to buy things in shops and so forth, and making sure that the digital services we have, you know, have fewer clicks and bigger touch targets, so it's easier to use for this segment. When I think about customers with learning and language and literacy difficulties, you know, having simpler security steps, being able to use your fingerprint or face recognition, really benefits the you know, this audience, but makes lives easier for the rest of us. And really visual money management tools to really help understand and manage and make the most of your money is really key here too. So not just seeing tables of transactions, but being able to drill in on and see retailer logos or locations to help people's understanding, you know, so that they can better budget and make the most of the money. And I think really the fifth and final area is really around customers impacted by mental health. So we've done a lot of work making sure we're signposting to charity partners, to the experts who can help people, and putting in place gambling blocks to help customers with gambling addictions to pop on gambling blocks and have spending controls to really help them. So this is a sort of whistle-stop tour of some of the accessible support and services that we've offered over a number of years to really redefine what accessible banking means. But if I sort of step back and think about some of the trends that all banks would have seen in recent months, and I try not to depress everyone here, you know, I'm an accountant, so I'm not going to talk through numbers, but it's really important that we've all got the sort of same sort of world view on this. So clearly, COVID has all impacted, you know, our physical health, our mental health, but it's impacted, you know, many of our financial health as well, right? For the millions of people who, you know, might have lost jobs, might be furloughed and so forth, and might be worried about, you know, an uncertain future. I think we've seen that, you know, visits to bank branches have dropped massively. You know, using cash in shops and so forth has dropped massively. Maybe it's a germ thing. You know, we've seen a massive reduction in discretionary spending, you know, on luxury goods and so forth, as people sort of, you know, hold their breath quite literally and sort of tighten their belts figuratively, thinking about, you know, an unknown future. I wonder if it's just me, but, you know, I'm sure when I walk down the road, I notice so many people holding their breath. It's just this thing. But anyway, back to thinking about those things have reduced over time. What have we seen go up? Well, I guess, you know, massive accelerant in people using digital banking channels, you know, websites and mobile apps, whoever you bank with. We've seen a huge increase in using contactless payments. And, you know, the contactless limits in here in the UK has increased to £45, you know, to really help with the COVID pandemic. And I guess we've also seen, you know, a massive increase in essential spend, so doubling on supermarkets and so forth. But it's useful to add on that we've seen, you know, sadly, a large increase in, you know, fraud and scams. We've seen a large increase in the amount of spend on gambling as well, which are, you know, areas that we're looking to address and tackle through, you know, better training and digital skills and so forth on this front with our Digital Eagles programs. You know, it's fair to say that some of us have used this time to declutter, to be more minimalist on thinking about what matters most to us and our families. Others have used this time with more time on our hands to do these sort of boring admin chores that we've always been putting off, you know, switching utility providers or, you know, consolidating the savings accounts that we've got, you know, as suddenly saving seems like a good idea with an uncertain future. And, you know, clearly all banks have done a huge amount over recent months that we've all seen in the mainstream media. So, you know, things like waiving overdraft fees, around offering loan and mortgage repayment holidays, bounce back loans, and really supporting through financial assistance programs and teams those who are hardest hit in terms of financial hardship. You know, and I'm not really going to cover on any of these points because, you know, I'm not really qualified to, you know, so I really wanted to sort of talk about thinking about disabled, older and vulnerable customers. What more have we needed to do to respond to their needs of you know, as a consequence of COVID? So to give you some ideas here, you know, it's been really important to Barclays to proactively contact thousands of older customers, potentially vulnerable customers, to remind them that we're here for them and to help them do their banking, you know, differently than they may have in the past. It's been important to us too to make sure that we can prioritise them. So if they were going to a bank branch and now they're using telephone banking, we can prioritise them as well as NHS workers and key workers, you know, to fast track and sort of skip the queues as we've seen, you know, large, you know, queue times around telephone banking. You know, we have millions of customers using our digital banking channels, and we've had millions more now as a result of recent months. You know, we're getting some great feedback as more people using more journeys on our digital channels, and I'd really urge people, whoever you bank with, you know, to make sure that you're providing that feedback if there's certain things that, you know, may not work for you as well as they can do. You know, it's been important to us to actually create more simpler digital guides for people who, you know, are forced to use digital routes, and to kind of give them that assurance of how to do things. And equally important, you know, we need to remember that people are still, you know, might not use digital, they might be dependent on cash. So, you know, really proud we've made sure that a further 1,500 of our cash machines and ATMs, either in branch or outside of a branch, talk, you know, so that people can get cash out independently, you know, whilst social distancing and so forth through these times. But I think maybe one of the biggest areas that we've needed to focus on is really around supporting those shielding, and thinking about the 1.5 million, you know, extremely vulnerable shielding customers, because I guess that this creates some challenges in the sense of, if family and friends or neighbours or you know, a community do shopping on behalf of someone shielding, then we need to figure out and support them in ways that they can pay, and how carers can be paid for shopping and so forth. So one of the ways that, you know, we've addressed this is by offering cash delivery services to the doors of people who can't go out to get cash out from ATMs and so forth, so that they can keep, you know, budgeting and paying carers. And we've also offered volunteer shopping devices. So again, a bit like a top-up card that people can top up with money and give to a carer to do shopping on their behalf in a slightly more secure way. And we're seeing a huge amount of innovation in this space around, the extra things that we can do to support those vulnerable and shielding. And likewise, there's a huge amount of how we better spot and serve, record preferences around customers with accessibility and vulnerability needs, which I'm sure, the awesome panel we've got in a few minutes we'll cover off more. So this, hopefully sort of gives you a sense of some of those extra support and services to meet this moment. And I believe, that accessible customer service for me has always been about offering flexibility and choice and personalization. But I think to meet this particular moment, it's about something more and about being, businesses and brands being responsive and responsible. And I guess when I talk about responsible banking, that's around actually being there for society, for customers and the communities you operate within. So for Barclays, proud that we've launched a £100 million COVID community aid programme to support those hardest hit globally. And I think for the UK alone, that's about working with charity partners for those hardest hit vulnerable communities. So things like low income families, things like those impacted by financial hardship, elderly isolated people, and really supporting key workers through these difficult times. So, this hopefully gives you a sense of some of the things that we have seen and done in Barclays. We're on a journey. There's a huge amount more ahead of us, and we're going to come on and unpack this a bit more as part of the panel. But again, hopefully that gives a whistle-stop tour. I think just taking sort of final minute just to talk around how we're supporting our workforce. And then again, we'll bring in the Q&A panel. So real quick here, because I'm conscious about I'm out of time. In terms of supporting staff, we've seen as COVID first came in, providing workplace adjustments to those people, not in their offices, but at home was really important, and being proactive about that. We've seen an acceleration to move to more modern, more accessible platforms and tools like Microsoft Teams, what we're using now, and kudos to Microsoft. I think we've also seen, a second spike of not just colleagues with disabilities and access needs needing adjustments, but as COVID's lasted for longer, people who may have been using laptops on a sofa or bed or on a sort of awkward dining room chair actually needing adjustments. So it's been really important to us to help promote workplace adjustments to our wider workforce. And then of a final point, really around mental health, making sure that through these times we see the mainstream media of depression and anxiety doubling, and making sure that our wellness programs, the support we offer our staff, and making sure that we are surveying and checking in with them to see what more we can do to support them has also been really key. So hopefully, that sort of gives a whistle-stop tour of some of the things we've seen at Barclays. But I'd like to just move it along now and again, get some great guests. I'm going to shut up and do less of the talking and ask more of the questions. So I'm hoping we can bring in Charlotte and Stephen and Gordon with the wizardry of tech. Aha. Yes, hello, I think I could see you. So let's kind of start it off. Rather than being that awkward chair that does a rubbish job of trying to introduce people, I'd love you to do it because you're best placed, right? So hoping you can, tell a little bit about yourself, your role, and perhaps about, your organisation and how they've needed to sort of respond to COVID. So maybe ladies first, Charlotte, can we start with you and NatWest?
Firstly, thank you for having me along. And so my name is Charlotte Grannon. I work in the Customers in Vulnerable Situations team for NatWest, Royal Bank of Scotland and Ulster North. So just a little bit about my job role. It involves basically supporting our product design teams, looking after, as we're kind of making changes to our products and services, really understanding what we need to consider when we're thinking about vulnerable customers and vulnerability as they're going through that process change. I also spend part of my days working with our customers where we need to offer them additional support and working closely with teams that do a great deal of work within that space too. So if I think about what our organisation's been doing, so probably very sort of similar to yourself, Paul, before sort of COVID, I think if we even think back sort of 5-10 years ago, banking has changed dramatically, just in terms of the way that people can access their money and their information much more freely available through sort of things like our mobile apps, through our online banking channels. And obviously we work towards making sure that we are complying with AA accessibility standards, making sure that our customers can access these through using the smart technology that's already built within these devices, which is great for our customers to be able to access. If I think sort of post-COVID, things that have been happening, sort of similar to yourself as mentioned, we've got cash deliveries which have been going out to sort of our vulnerable customers. We've been doing the dedicated lines that our customers can come through to us, which has been invaluable, especially for some of those key workers that you mentioned, so social workers, NHS staff. We're also been doing outbound calling to our customers, so over the age of 60 and 70, we've been calling out to those customers to make sure that they are okay, and if seeing what support that they need as they interact with us, and especially for those customers who are kind of predominantly using our branch channels, given the fact that obviously we were in a lockdown and limited kind of interactions within our branches. So that's been really, really key for us. We've probably similar to yourself done lots of work within the innovation space, so our companion card has been really well received from our customers, which enables customers to top up, similar to the one that you mentioned. They can top up, put additional funds on this and give it to a carer to enable them to go out and to be able to use money. But I think COVID has just probably expedited some of these things within a digital space, and making sure that digital you know, is used by more sort of people, and I think we will see more and more of that as we go on, whether that's through COVID or other changes which happen as consumers get more used to kind of accessing information more freely.
Great, thanks Charlotte. And Stephen from Lloyds, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Stephen Buzatil and I head up the design systems team at the Lloyds Banking Group. For those who are visually impaired, I'm a guy in my early 30s with brown hair and a full beard too, and I'm actually colorblind, so my shirt I think is blue and possibly pink, but I can't guarantee that. And I'm sitting in a very moody, dark blue room at home. So as I said, I head up design systems, and the purpose of the design system is to ensure all digital customer journeys are built and delivered consistently and following standards. In our case, accessibility standards are the foundation of everything we do. They span from WCAG AA standards, as Charlotte mentioned, to readability standards, and also plain English writing for comprehension. The way we ensure our digital journeys work well with screen readers for visually impaired, or even with device-assistive technology. We regularly test each and every component, and we're talking about form fields and buttons and things like that, to ensure that they work for everyone. So really, we've always championed accessibility, in my case, digital accessibility, and set these really high standards for designers, engineers, and product specialists to follow when releasing work out to the public. However, COVID has allowed us to also focus on non-digital customers now, many of whom are elderly or not confident banking online. And we focused our efforts on supporting them and upskilling them to manage their money from the safety of their homes and outside of a branch. We've got things like the Lloyds Bank Academy also helping people upskill on their digital skills, and a dedicated phone line, a helpline for vulnerable customers, and also people referred to us by charity partners to, again, support them with their banking online. And in some cases, we've even sent them iPads because they didn't have a computer or a device of their own, to ensure that they're able to do their banking from the comfort of their home with our support.
Sure, great. Thanks for sharing, Stephen. Really useful point there about how banks are sort of stepping in around digital inclusion to give people the IT and skills, as well as making sure those digital channels actually work for them. So thanks for that. And last but not least, Gordon.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you to Billy and everyone else for the invite along today. This is my first TechShare Pro conference. For visually impaired colleagues, I'm bald with a beard, which I'm male and a bit older than everybody else, but that's probably not the first time that's going to be said today. I've made an effort and put a shirt on for the first time in I don't know how long, which is blue and white striped, and I'm speaking from my living room in North London. So my job is not in the finance sector. I don't work for a bank. I work for an organization called the Research Institute for Disabled Consumers. We've been around for over 50 years. We were part of Which back when Which was forming at the beginning. And what is, I think, unique and really exciting about the work we do, we have a panel of over 16, I was going to say 16,000, I wish, 1,600 disabled and older people who essentially want to work with businesses, with charities, with government to make products and services more accessible and more inclusive. That's why we exist. That's why the work we do is all about making the world more accessible and more inclusive for everyone. And the reason the panel is so important because the people on the panel, it's pan disability, it's right across the UK. They really know what inclusion looks like and equally what exclusion looks like. And for us, it's really important that we have a very good relationship with the panel and equally with the organizations we work with, because in my experience in the 2 years that I've been with RIDC, no organization, nobody designs products or services willfully to exclude people. It's just that the insights that disabled and older people have don't often get involved early enough on in the process to help make things accessible for everyone right from the very beginning. RIDC is a user-led organization, so my board of trustees all have lived experience of disability, and that's really important to us because it keeps the organization grounded and focused in on our priorities. We've got 3 strands of work that we've been developing and focusing in on. One is digital and the interface between the technology and the individual itself, and trying to look at that journey and that experience of using a whole range of different digital channels. The other one is around transport, and transport is a perennial issue for disabled people and older people in terms of accessibility and using it. And we do a lot of testing of trains and stations and buses and stuff like that. And then the final one is around age, and as people get older and have disabilities but don't see themselves as disabled, it's trying to think of the world, how we respond to that change in society and in people. And I suppose the question is, what pre-COVID and post-COVID in terms of accessibility? Well, COVID for us in terms of an organization threw everything on its head. As I said, our panel are our researchers, and they'll go out and visit train stations, and we'll interview them and have focus groups, and that all stopped overnight for all the reasons you can imagine. So it threw everything on its head for us. But a bit like Charlotte said, it expedited our need to be accessible and speak to our panel in different ways. And so we thought about how do we tap into the experience that individuals are having throughout COVID, particularly in the early lockdown when there was so much unknown. So we conducted 4 waves of surveys trying to tap into the sort of social and economic and personal and mental impact that lockdown restrictions were having on individuals, and to track that over time. And I'll hopefully get a chance to speak a bit more about that in a while. But reading the analysis, what it did was throw into sharp relief what accessibility means when nothing is accessible for anyone, and just the impact of that has on how quickly that can move things forward. So I'm really delighted to be here and be part of this panel, and hopefully not speaking purely from a financial perspective, but just the perspective of the experience and the insights from disabled and older consumers. So,
well, thanks for that, Gordon. And yeah, reminder to folks watching this live, and again, if you do have questions, now you've met a lovely panel, and please do send them through, and I'm sure Mark will pipe them through to us. you know, I've got a handful of ones lined up to get us started. So maybe, Gordon, I mean, let's kind of just continue that thread that you were talking about. You know, for me, you know, Research Institute Disabled Consumer, you sort of act as that voice of disabled people, of some of the added challenges that they've faced in terms of whether it's using their bank or whether it's just in general in terms of going out and buying stuff in this different world with, you know, everything online and you know, one-way systems and shops and so forth. So do you want to kind of unpack some of the kind of research findings, you know, that you found of what are these trends, sort of challenges and opportunities for customer service?
Sure. Again, based on our research, I think you can summarize it all into the 3 R's. There was an immediate response to COVID, and then there was a reaction when people realized actually using online shopping for supermarkets and stuff it was very, very challenging for a lot of people to access. And then there was a retrofit. So things were, the information came through and people went back and tried to fix them. And you could see that through our research where in the first wave of the surveys, people were very anxious, very concerned about getting delivery slots through shopping. But over time, the anxiety and concerns around online shopping dissipated, whereas other things became more of an issue and a concern. So whether that was through accessing medical services or prescriptions, that increased as time went along because those systems didn't react quite as quickly as shopping did. We also saw a massive impact in terms of people's mental health and the anxiety around physical activity. And I think you can't sort of, as you said earlier on, you can't underplay the impact of that on people's decisions and reactions and just their general well-being. And more recently, when the lockdown restrictions were lifted in the summer and a lot of the streetscape changed to make sure that it was safe, transport then became a bigger issue, and not just the ability to get on a bus or get on a train, but it was more about the streetscape and how things have changed around different accessibility on pavements and all of that. So it's been a very interesting ebb and flow of that respond, react, retrofit all the way through. But some of the barriers I think we came up with as well was certainly around the digital. And we've done some research that we released yesterday that showed that the use of apps and the accessibility of apps built into smartphones is a bit of a challenge for disabled people in a number of cases, and 40% of our panel have either trouble downloading or accessing apps and they'll just stop using them, which is fine if it's for shopping and things. Well, it's not fine, but when it's utilities and other sort of important areas where there isn't a lot of choice, or if choice is much harder to come by, that is certainly coming through as a big barrier. The other issues were around finances, you mentioned before, but also accessing through the phone and those different communication channels. The other two very quick points that came through was that our panel are made up of obviously a range of different people. Some were shielding, some were on the government's vulnerable list, and some were not, but felt they should be. And that drove a different reaction and a different set of concerns and experiences. And I think that that's a big challenge, even as we're in this stage of COVID, is getting on those different types of lists to be supported. And that came through as a massive message through all those 4 waves. And we were getting response rates of 800, 900 people each time. So it was very broad overview of things going on. And now, finally, we're seeing that the behaviors of others are the things that are driving a lot of anxiety and concern as well. So whether that's in transport or in shops in terms of social distancing, and whether or not people are acting in a responsible way, wearing masks, or just the built environment in different environments, or making people just less comfortable going out and therefore aren't. So it's a bit of a run through of it all, but there's definitely issues around digital inclusion, connectivity, and the thresholds about how you get onto all these lists for support.
Sure. Well, thanks for sharing, Gordon. And an important word for me as you were talking there was around vulnerable people, right? And I know many people, that word vulnerable has sort of put their back up, you know, in terms of shielding, and vulnerable meaning sort of medically vulnerable, or i.e. susceptible to COVID. But I guess in banking, the word vulnerable and vulnerable customers means something else. It's loaded. So maybe Charlotte, let's sort of turn our attention to you. You know, you're a customer vulnerability lead at Nest at NatWest. We know that there's some new bank regulations coming in, certainly here in the UK with our FCA, around customers in vulnerable circumstances. So it'd be useful. Many of the folks listening in will be very familiar with sort of accessibility, so around sort of disability and mental health, but vulnerability is something bigger and broader. So do you want to sort of help us join the dots of what it is and maybe unpack in terms of what you're doing in more broadly in your vulnerability programs?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Financial Conduct Authority have introduced guidance to help drive change by providing clarity to focus firms' attentions on what they should do to comply with the FCA principles. So the principles are there to kind of help make sure that we're treating customers fairly and making sure that we are doing things responsibly. The FCA basically want to make sure that the fair treatment of vulnerable customers is properly embedded within firms' cultures, policies and processes. So what this means from us, if I look at it from a vulnerability perspective, we've been doing lots of different pieces of work. I think, as we've kind of already alluded to, there's been work that's happened due to COVID. So COVID could potentially be classed as a vulnerability because it can impact how you interact with your bank, how your day-to-day life is operating. And vulnerability is just a way of us almost kind of categorizing things to say, it could be something that's maybe more permanent, which impacts the way that you kind of interact with your finances. It could also be something which is temporary, so it could ebb and flow in terms of you interacting with your bank. If I look at some of the things that we've been doing as a firm, just kind of looking at sort of what the vulnerability requirements are and making sure that we are doing what we can to help our customers and being a purpose-led bank. We've recently launched a £1 million fund for our domestic abuse victims through Safe Lives, and they're currently in a targeted pilot to reach groups for families who are in abusive homes and needing some additional support to get out of those situations. We've also been working with the Citizens Advice Bureau, so we've just launched our referral service, which has gone live actually on the 16th of November, where we can do direct referrals into the Citizens Advice to look at things like income maximisation for customers. So how can we make the most of money? Are there things like benefits that we need to look at? Are there ways that we can consolidate things for customers? But enabling customers to have more of a holistic overview. Other pieces of work that we've been doing, so we've just done a partnership with GamCare, so we're currently working with the GamCare Advisory Panel and Committee, and we'll continue to contribute to discussions around financial institutions and how to best support problem gamblers. And we've also supported, we've been working with them on handover lines, so where customers need some additional support and help, we can actually do a handover and referral process. And the final one that we've been looking at is U3A, so this supports those affected by social isolation and loneliness, and embeds our kind of model to work with communities and to kind of create central hubs to help people where they're going through sort of social isolation and loneliness. So as you can see, there's lots of work that is happening in regards to different elements of vulnerability, and I don't think vulnerability can just be categorized into sort of certain pots, because everybody can experience different types of vulnerability as they go and kind of go through their life. And I like to call it the roller coaster of life. It's not always as straightforward, day to day for everybody, and things can happen which make things more difficult for people. So I think the guidance that we have got is just enabling us as companies to have a central kind of guidance and place to go to get that information, and to standardize it across the board for us all.
Right. Well, thanks for just explaining that. But it's such a broad spectrum that we're all vulnerable from time to time, and then it's not just this, disability and mental health, but it's all these other life events, or financial literacy, digital literacy, and so forth. All sort of plays into this sort of melting pot.
Absolutely.
Okay. So Stephen, let's kind of come back to you. So so you're design head of Lloyds Banking Group, and I guess one of the questions is, as it's going online, is how do you ensure that your brand online is kept accessible, and how does sort of design systems help?
That's a really good question, and nowadays, designing a brand and all the services around it absolutely needs to have accessibility at its core. Many times digital accessibility isn't considered, or at least it's not considered enough. So the choice of a typeface or the color palette and even art direction require upfront work to ensure that they work for people's different needs. And also I'd like to say that good accessible brands can still be beautiful, absolutely. With a little more upfront consideration, we just make sure it's beautiful in all its senses. You know, have you ever experienced a website where the typeface was really difficult to read? You know, we all know that some typefaces work really well and improve legibility, even some specifically for dyslexic people, for example. These kinds of accessibility decisions impact all of us, including people with no apparent accessibility needs. And then we've got colors. How do we pick a distinctive brand color, but one that also works for colorblind customers, for example? And this is an area of specialism for me as a colorblind individual, something which as a designer, I once hid, but now lean into as a way of improving services for others like me. And this year, for example, we completely rebranded Halifax from the ground up. We've got a dedicated brand team, but we worked with them as digital design and accessibility experts to fine-tune some of the details to ensure it just fit for digital. And then, you know, to your point around design systems, Paul, we drew up every single user interface component from scratch, meeting the AA standards, and coded them into our design system to ensure that everyone used the same instance of a master component across our digital estate. And it's the first time we've done anything at this scale. So it just ensured that we had cohesive brand presence, which was done to a really high accessibility standard, but the level of cohesion also helps with things like building brand trust and also ensuring that customers feel safe, especially when identifying potential fraud, which may not execute the brand as it should be, and they could identify those differences.
Sure. Yeah, and you know, makes complete sense, Stephen, on what you're saying about accessibility teams and brand marketing teams working together to make sure that things are pretty and polished, but also accessible and usable as well, not just in print, but on screen. And I think your point about sort of making sure the building blocks or components are themselves accessible, as many, you know, big businesses will have, you know, maybe potentially hundreds of sites and millions of pages. So trying to bake accessibility in at the kind of building block or component level is so key, so that accessibility can scale. Otherwise, you know, you always find, you know, a handful of issues on certain pages. So it's definitely the right way to go, to sort of shift left and make sure that designers, you know, are really thinking through an accessibility lens. So we've kind of touched on some of the help and support that's available, and it'll be useful just real quick to again sort of go around and make sure we kind of give some useful links in terms of where to go to find out about sort of help and support. So I don't know, Stephen, from the Lloyd side, if there's any particular, whether it's kind of website links or phone numbers that'd be useful just to pipe up with.
Yeah, absolutely. So firstly, we've got a dedicated helpline for vulnerable customers. And these are also, again, people who are supported by our charity partners. And this was launched back in April, where we found that many elderly customers were struggling to adapt to online banking. And even people with poor digital skills or low trust for digital services really needed some help. And so far, I think we've actually supported over 7,000 people. as I mentioned earlier, some of them didn't even have a computer, and we sent out these 700 devices to the vulnerable elderly and focused on helping upskill them to bring their digital confidence up to a level where they could do their banking online. And this service remains available to everyone and will keep on running until at least Easter time next year. And then there's a second one, if I may. We've got the Lloyds Bank Academy, which you could look up online. And this website is focused on helping people with low digital confidence with their lives and their livelihoods. And again, since April, 65,000 people have completed bespoke training through our on-demand services. And I think there's something like 2,000 people who have joined interactive webinars. So all of this support material which we offer, there's new material for supporting younger people to build financial skills and improve their money management. There's so much on there. If you do get a chance, check out the Lloyds Bank Academy website, and I'm sure there'll be something to help you there.
Great. And Charlotte, from your side, useful support?
Yeah, there's loads of different support. So as mentioned, we've got our vulnerable customer care lines, which we've got dedicated phone numbers. I can share these after the call if it's useful to kind of share those, and also our contact for NHS and social care emergency response. So again, if anybody does want to use those are 24/7 assistance lines. We've also got loads of useful information which is on our website. So as you go onto our websites, there is a COVID piece which you can just click on, and it'll take you to all that really useful information. But the other ways that you can get assistance and help is speak to one of our colleagues, whether that's through our web chat assistance, whether that's through message us within our mobile app, or whether it's going through to one of our colleagues in branches if you do feel that that's the way that you want to go. We are here to help, and we are here to serve, so please get in touch. I'll happily help you.
Sure, thanks, Charlotte. And I guess real quick from the Barclays side, I'd recommend if you do bank with Barclays, it's probably starting out going to barclays.co.uk/accessibility, or if you do have the app or website, give Barclays a call, or use the secure chat feature to again get in touch and see how we can help. So I'd like to bring in Mark now, because I'm conscious. We've asked the audience for any questions as we've been going along. I think we've talked lots about customer service, and it'd be useful to throw out to the audience if there are sort of any good example, good or bad experiences that folks have got in terms of what does great customer service actually look like. So whether it's banking, whether it's just in general buying stuff, then really keen to have your views. So please pop it down in the sort of chat window. Mark, any interesting questions come through?
Hi, Paul. Yeah, and hi, panel. Thank you so much for helping out and being part of that. That was a fantastic discussion. So a couple of questions. The first one, I'm going to dive in on this one. It's right at the beginning. It actually was something you were saying, Paul, at the beginning. Do you think there's any link to business case for the activities that you're doing? Are you able to demonstrate any shift in terms of bottom line? That's true of all of you in terms of the particular sort of services you're offering to vulnerable customers. And I guess, Gordon, you may have a view that the banks are winning customers because you're seeing research that shows they're more loyal, for example. So just linking it back to that business case, as opposed to practical actions. You've covered so many great things that you're doing. Are you getting support internally because people are seeing this move the dial in terms of profitability or sales?
Sure. Okay. I mean, I'll go first, and again, sort of lovely panelists. If there's anything else, please feel free to chime in. I think from our side, so we run customer satisfaction scores, disabled and older customers, over a long period of time. And I guess by making sure that our digital services are, accessible, that we give the best experience to a broader bunch of people possible. We've clearly seen that as these difficult times, as people are encouraged or forced to use the digital channel, as doing things physically in bank branches is more challenging. It hasn't impacted some of those customer satisfaction scores maybe as much as we'd as we'd thought, right? So it kind of goes back to that point that by investing in accessibility programs, it means you're able to support those customers that would otherwise have kind of fallen off a cliff, if they, couldn't use the digital channels so much. So I guess that's kind of one point in terms of, the kind of business benefits. And again, some of the points, it's almost re-emphasizing what I would have talked around in this morning's session, really about recognizing the spending power of disabled people, right? The 274 billion sort of purple pound of them and their households and families. So at the moment, so recognizing that they are growing, the sort of fastest growing minority group, and a really sort of influential bunch. So whether that's who they shop with and who they bank with, it's really important to, make sure that we're kind of meeting the additional needs that they have. And I think for me, it's important, as we've heard from all the panelists, about what banks are doing to kind of meet the immediate needs of vulnerable customers, in general, which could include disability and mental health, but could include all these other things that are kind of around our circumstances. Panelists, anything else to add around the kind of business benefit of kind of doing all this work in accessibility and vulnerability programs?
If I might very quickly just respond, we don't have a figure that is easily translatable to say you invest in accessibility and your market share, your bottom line will increase by this. There is research that shows that if you get it right, disabled people tend to be, and it's a very reductive view, but more loyal, because what would be inconvenient for a non-disabled person is really scaled by 10 the impact it has if something's not accessible for a disabled person. And therefore, if it is designed and made accessible from the very beginning, you bake in that loyalty. But we do see, when we're working with clients across the range, there's a multitude of reasons why they want to hear the voice of disabled and older people and build that into their business processes. Sometimes it's regulation, sometimes it's the leadership has had a personal link with a disabled person or something in their life that was brought into sharp relief, the challenges of inaccessible products and services. Or sometimes it is just trying to gain market share and be different and be better. But I think really the business case is simple. If you exclude 20% of the population, you're excluding 20% of the market. So why would you not try and design something for everyone from the very beginning? But I would say that that's sort of that's what we try and help businesses achieve.
Yeah, Paul, just from my perspective, obviously as a bank, we're working on a purpose-led strategy, so championing potential, helping people, families and businesses to thrive. So if our customers and our communities and our economy succeed, ultimately we will succeed too. And I think that is very true. I also try to think about it from my own personal perspective. If I look at things like my dad's had recent eye operations, he's needed some assistive technology. Had he not probably known me and I was able to help him, assist him with those things, he probably wouldn't have thought of those things. And I always try to think about the fact that we are not getting any younger. We are always an aging sort of population, and eventually, we will need different types of accessibility and different ways to kind of access banking, whether that's through, ill health, whether that's through accidents. These things can happen to any of us at any time. So I think it's about thinking about the long term as much as it is about sort of the here and now for me.
Paul, thank you. Thank you, Charlotte. I'm jumping in. I'm going to try and get you to wind up there. Paul, that was fantastic. What a brilliant range of input we got there. And kicking off with your update from Barclays. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us on the panel and for being part of that discussion. Stephen, Charlotte and Gordon in particular, and Paul, your support as the chair. We're going to take a short break now, which is why I've had to butt in, I'm afraid, because we need to get the tech set up for the next session. And we've got another session starting in 5 minutes, 3 o'clock, where we'll continue with the financial services theme, but we'll look in more detail at how we share information with customers in an accessible way. So thanks everybody on the panel, and we'll see you in 5 minutes. to the second part of our financial services session. It's I'm going to introduce Jane Black from Crawford Tech. Jane, I hope, is going to pop up next to me here. Jane.
Hi, Mark.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, good afternoon.
I have to admit, I've been eavesdropping on your conversation with Christine about the voices in your head. I could totally
Don't share my secrets with the whole crowd, Mark.
It was as if I was in the conversation with you. So,
I felt like I was in professional TV.
Sorry, just a second. I've got another tech problem here now.
Hi,
My
good
computer's
afternoon.
speaking. This next session, I think, Jane, that Jake can't make it, unfortunately.
Yes.
So Jake from ING won't be here, but we do have Natalie and Christine. So I'm going to leave you to introduce them and get on with the session. I'm going to be checking in on questions. So as you may have noticed with Paul, they filled the time, so they didn't need lots of extra time on it, lots of extra questions. But if I see anything pop up, then I may well pop in and say that I'll give you a little nudge.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. So I'll leave you to it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mark. And thanks, everyone, for joining us today for our panel on breaking down the barriers in banking to information and communications. Just a little bit about me. My name's Jane Black. I work for a company called Crawford Technologies, and we help organizations to automate the process of producing their customer communications in an accessible manner. I've got a couple of panelists with me today who I'm going to let introduce themselves. But first of all, just for anybody who can't see me and is desperately wondering what I look like, I am a middle-aged white woman with glasses, desperately hoping that the naughty kittens in the cat tree behind me don't make an appearance during the course of the session. But as I said, our session's really about breaking down barriers to information and communications in banking. And one of the reasons for that is the way that banks and financial services companies deliver their services and communicate with their customers has changed considerably over the last 20 or maybe even 10 or 5 years. And Christine, I wonder if you can introduce yourself to the audience and then from your perspective, perhaps speak to what changes you've seen over the last few years in banking. And also how central you believe inclusive design and accessibility has been to those changes.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you, Jane. Well, welcome everyone to this session. I'm Christine Hemphill and I run an organisation called Open Inclusion. Our organisation is really about infusing design and innovation with the understanding of consumers, particularly consumers with different access needs, so disabled consumers, older consumers. And we've worked very significantly in banking. In fact, I have a banking background, so I spent over a decade working in banks in Australia and in the early stages of digital, so when function was originally getting built into a digital format. So a really interesting time to have been involved. For the last 8 years, I've been involved in digital inclusion, and that question around what is inclusive design and how's that kind of transformed banking or infused or being taken up by banking, I think is really what we want to look at today. As capability function got put into digital, accessibility tended to follow along at a slower pace. And I think what's fabulous to have seen, particularly in the last couple of years, is most of the major banks that we've been working with and that we've seen, particularly across the UK, where I know it the best, have worked really quite hard on increasing the inclusiveness of their banking capability. It is catching a tail though, because function is always going forward, and so are formats and ways in which people are engaging with digital. We now can engage through our smartwatch, or we can engage with voice technologies, and there's new ways all the time. So it's closing that gap so that hopefully we have no gap between who can use the technology that's being created, and there's not those that get it first and those that get it second, but just those that get it. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself in terms of giving a visual description. I'm also a middle-aged woman. I've got my DJ look going on today, though, because I've got my headphones on. And I'm in a wood-panelled room, which is my study and workplace. at home, so as most of us are.
Oh, thank you, Christine. There's a lot of us about as middle-aged women. Natalie, just building there on what Christine's talked about, and I know from your perspective as Monzo, designing your services as a digital bank, for example, if you can give also a brief introduction, but then also maybe talk to what barriers Monzo were conscious that disabled customers might face with digital services, and how you went about addressing those.
Yeah, of course. So thank you for having me, firstly. My name is Natalie Ledward from Monzo Bank. I'm currently sat in my spare room / workspace, like we all are. I'm in Manchester in my yellow jumper with long brown hair, and you should see 2 windows behind me as well with like a pale blue wall in the background. So first I'll introduce Monzo just a little bit. We're a bank that lives on your smartphone, and we were founded in February 2015, so we are very new. We only got our banking license in April 2017, so extremely sort of newcomers to the financial services industry. But we currently have 4.7 million customers, and that customer base is growing. So that's kind of why I'm here today, to talk about those customers' experiences and hopefully what we're doing to make it a little bit more accessible for them. So at Monzo Bank, I lead on our approach to vulnerable customers, financial inclusion and accessibility. So that's really just to make sure that Monzo understands and considers the needs of all of our customers, but especially those that are struggling or most likely to have difficulties or perhaps face barriers with our product and our service. Our mission at Monzo is to make money work for everyone. That's our company mission. And we really can't do that without thinking about customers in all circumstances. So whilst I can't comment too much on the last 20 years, what I can talk about is our experience at Monzo so far. Having a mission to make money work for everyone really means that considering accessibility is built into Monzo's culture. It's really genuinely at the heart of our product. And our product is really about 2 things: financial visibility, so giving customers an understanding of their spending, and control, so giving them tools to manage it. Being a digital bank obviously comes with its own unique set of challenges, but it comes with some real advantages too. So by nature, we know we currently exclude customers who maybe aren't confident with a smartphone or don't have access to a smartphone. But we've also found that this way of banking has reduced barriers for many people. So those who can't travel to a branch, those who have maybe don't have a branch around them, everything can really be done from home and through a customer's device. But what I will say is we're at the start of our journey with this, and we've got so much to learn. We've really spent the last few years trying to get to know our customer base, really trying to understand the barriers that they're currently facing, because I think that's really where everything should start, and then just trying to design our products and our services as inclusively as we can for our customers.
Yeah, great, and thank you, and to both of you. When you talk about the sort of barriers and things like that, are there specific barriers that you can identify or that you have identified, Natalie? I see you nodding your head there, around in particular areas of banking that you've tried to specifically look at and address.
Yeah, definitely. So we traditionally, there's quite a few barriers that people have faced to banking. But we went through earlier last year, so around the start of 2019, we launched a campaign called No Barriers to Banking. And it really was just a discovery exercise for us to identify the particular barriers that we could focus on. So one of them that we knew from this kind of exercise, this campaign that we ran, was specifically around the sign-up journey with basically the experience of deaf customers. So basically we created this workshop that we got customer feedback from. And we took a group of deaf customers through the sign-up journey to really understand what the pain points were. And one of them, which came across really clearly in this feedback session, was as part of Monzo's sort of onboarding experience at the start when you sign up for an account. You have to record yourself doing this really embarrassing selfie video so that we can take you through IDV. And it wasn't clear to customers that they could sign that video. So we ask you to say a phrase. We ask you to say, you know, hi, my name is Natalie and I want a Monzo account. But you can say that in any way you would normally communicate, and that really came across as not being very clear. So from that, we changed the journey to make it clear in the instructions, basically, that customers can sign. So it's just things like that, really, you know, pain points in the experience or the journey, and kind of trying to identify and just reduce, you know, things that are quite easy fixes, but they have, you know, a huge impact on a customer's experience.
Yeah, and Christine and Natalie talked there about the use of sort of involving kind of disabled groups and user groups, and I know you work a lot in that kind of area around research and helping companies understand. How important is that to have those voices in designing those services, and where have you seen that that's made a real impact in some of the banks that you've either worked in or with?
It's absolutely critical, and what we've seen is, so Open Inclusion has a user panel, actually, you know, similar to, you know, in our last panel, RIDC, we're talking with Gordon. We have a user panel of disabled and older consumers, you know, hundreds of people spread across the UK, and we do ongoing research with them, usually with, you know, for customers to understand certain environments and to inform them on their design journeys or redesign journeys or innovation projects. And it's absolutely, it is truly the gem within our business, because it's this ongoing insight, and it's like the fuel that enables the engine of design. Designers, someone was talking about this at TechShare Pro this morning, and I do apologize, I can't remember who it was, that designers don't deliberately exclude. They just don't. People don't get up in the morning and think, how can I design a fabulous product that's going to exclude people? They do it by accident, and they do it because they don't have these voices of consumers that have specific needs that need to be designed in, need to be understood. And as Natalie was just talking about with the deaf experience of the signed video, that wasn't even designed to exclude, but it wasn't specifically understanding the point at which people felt left out. And that was a communication point that could be quite easily solved. So the fabulous thing is, once you open yourself to these voices, some of this stuff can be done very quickly and very cost effectively. And it's just the understanding itself that enables that journey to be opened up to everyone. Some of these things take more strategic change and requirements and, you know, being built into a longer journey. But like anything, once you understand who you're excluding and why, it's so much easier to bring them in. And in terms of the who you could exclude and how we think about who we're designing in specifically, again, there was some good conversation in the previous panel about vulnerability versus accessibility versus exclusion. And I find that, I think it's really important to think through all three layers. Accessibility is about disability. So people, whether it's temporary or permanent, that have an ability that means they cannot access the service. Their ability and the environment, the service, the product that's being provided don't line up, and they cannot use that. Vulnerability tends to be more life event and situation based. So at this moment in time, because of this particular thing I'm trying to do, I'm going to get a different outcome. And it's about that change in outcome as a result of the difference at that moment in time. The reason we're Open Inclusion is we really don't care where this difference comes from. We care about difference and designing that in. And that includes people who have a permanent disability, situational or temporary disability like an injury, or working in an environment that they're operating in a second language, or whether it's situational. And at this moment in time, we're obviously in a COVID situation right now, many people are in, you know, a point of heightened anxiety and heightened vulnerability to certain interactions and outcomes that they wouldn't have been in, you know, a year ago. So once we start to understand around the edges of that experience, we can really design for a much broader range of consumers, of humanity. And that just makes our designs more robust, more sustainable, and of course, more valuable.
Yeah, and actually leading on from that, there's a lot of debate in the accessibility world around carrot and stick. So, you know, should there be more legislation that drives the kind of stick approach, or should it be more, you know, encouraging with the carrot? I guess another way of framing it is, should we be focusing on the customer experience for everyone, or should we be focusing just on compliance? And we work a lot with North American companies, and it's very much compliance focused. But I wonder if you feel, either of you, that that's a little bit reductive, and perhaps there are other ways to look at accessibility when there is no stick involved, there's little legislation like there is over here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, for us, you know, technology and innovation moves faster than regulation and legislation. You know, I think there's some real opportunities in that space to bring down barriers. But I think, you know, the FCA released this kind of new guidance in the last year on vulnerable customers, which kind of encompasses some bits and pieces about the Equality Act and accessibility as well. And I think they've really kind of got it right in that, you know, they put heavy emphasis on embedding this into the culture of firms and embedding the thinking around, you know, customers that have different needs or additional needs into not just the delivery of your customer service, but every element of your product as well. So, you know, from the design of the customer journey through to the communications that you're delivering, and whether that's, you know, in an app, or whether that's on social media, or whether that's on paper, it doesn't really matter. You know, I think this idea of really trying to do the right thing and embed it into the culture of your business, rather than to be, you know, poked at with, you know, regulation and legislation, it is the way you need to start this work. And, you know, I think we're very lucky at Monzo in that this has always been built into the, you know, the company plans from the start. You know, I said we got our banking license in 2017. That's also when I started working for Monzo. So the thinking behind all of this has been, you know, really from the ground up and from the beginning. I know that other firms aren't so lucky, and it might be, you know, a retrospective embedding of this culture, but I think it's really important to try and think of it that way.
Totally agree, Natalie. And I think it's interesting because, you know, my colleagues and friends over in North America obviously are in a very different environment, and it's very legislatively, you know, and risk, you know, driven and risk oriented. I think that means more people come to the party, but fewer people actually dance and enjoy the party. So I'm very much a customer experience person. I look at customer experience and value. The ability to understand diverse customer experience, I think, is something most organizations now understand the value of, and is core to most commercial organizations. Understanding what is that spread of customer value across their customers, and then trying to unpick why are they creating moments of delight that create massive loyalty and are the most powerful marketing program, far better than spending a lot of money on advertising. And what are those moments that they're causing real friction and barriers in people's lives that are causing brand damage, but also just causing loss of income, because people, you know, particularly moving into an environment where people are more financially constrained, which we seem to be moving into at quite a rapid rate. Hanging on to share of wallet is going to require us all to step up in terms of the experiences we're providing our clients and customers. And if you're only meeting some of their needs, but you're ignoring other parts of their needs, or you're creating some friction and some barrier on the way, that's not going to be sufficient. It may have been till now. You may have been missing out and not knowing, but for those that are kind of towards that bottom end of experience, it's going to be very hard to hold on to that. That is, you know, there's this minimum bar, and it's great to have a safety net, and I'm very supportive of having a safety net, but as Natalie mentioned, it tends to be a long way behind actual customer expectations and technology and innovation and all those lovely value additive things that businesses can generate their core reason for being around. So it's good to have a safety net to prevent those organisations that are not wanting to think about this and otherwise might forget about it. But if you want to maximise the value of your business, why stop at the minimum value you can create and cost yourself a huge market with a massive value and actually the ability in terms of loyalty? These, people with particularly permanent disabilities and older consumers tend to be very loyal. So this can be some of the most profitable segments of your consumer population. So it just seems to be shooting yourself in the foot to hit that minimum bar. Having said that, the minimum bar is helpful.
I absolutely agree. It's getting that message across, I think, isn't it, in tangible ways to organisations. I mean, I wonder if either of you, I'm putting you on the spot a little here, have examples of how you've seen what may have started out or may be seen as something as a project to improve accessibility has actually made an enormous difference to service overall for all customers.
I absolutely can share that. We've come into quite a lot of projects where they said, we want to understand what customer experience is, and may have had an audit, so they might have done a WCAG audit to a certain level, so say 2.1 to the AA standard. They go, we just want to tick this box to say that consumers with different access needs and disabilities have used our product. And it might even be that that comes in from a communications perspective, or from it's a compliance requirement for their organisation, or for government it's now a requirement. And then in doing that, they see the value of this fuel and say it is like rocket fuel. Extreme insights are so powerful. The difference between them is enormous once you start moving towards the edges of experience. And so they start seeing the power of these insights coming through, and then all of a sudden their design is unleashed to the next level. Innovation gets triggered. We've seen, we're now involved in organisations where they may have originally come to this through very much a compliance mentality, and we're now involved in their innovation projects because they recognise that this is actually a fabulous place to start an innovation project with a mainstream orientation. It's just, this is going to give them more insight to make that innovation more profoundly interesting, valuable, and that filter or that perspective that's going to find those points of real value more easily, and it does that.
Yeah, definitely. We had an interesting experience a few years ago at Monzo with a product feature that was designed very specifically with a group of vulnerable consumers in mind. So we, in 2018, released a gambling block. And we designed it with a group of customers that had specifically requested it to help basically aid their kind of methods of exclusion, of self-exclusion from gambling. So that, it became basically a tool amongst others that they could use to kind of curb their spending habits on gambling. And so we'd worked with this group, and obviously we didn't expect a very large customer base, a large percentage of our customer base to have gambling addiction. So we released this feature expecting only a small number of customers to actually use it. And in the first few days of launching, we watched the number of customers turning it on skyrocket. And we were really confused because we expected, a really small percentage of our customers to have it on. And then all of a sudden, we've got hundreds of thousands of customers, and at the time we only had hundreds of thousands of customers, switching this feature on. So we did a little bit of user research with customers that had turned it on, and realized that actually a lot of people had turned it on for security. So they thought it would be a good additional sort of, I don't gamble anyway, so I'm going to just turn this on, and then, if somebody steals my card or, whatever, then it's just an extra layer of security, which then triggered in turn this kind of really nice project around kind of education on scams and the security of your bank account, just because we'd created this feature that had, absolutely no intention of being a security feature. It was designed for a small group of customers, but, you often get these happy accidents which lead to, something that's actually a bit more universal. And that's where this, educational content came from. So yeah, absolutely. always leads to more universal use.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry,
I was just going to. No, sorry. The other thing that we've seen is early on when people are thinking about compliance, they often start at the end. They start quite late in the process, and you notice a real difference between more mature organisations and less mature organisations in the inclusion space. It tends to be definable by timing. And we're all on a journey. So let's just start by recognising we're all on a journey, and we're all on this maturity journey, including open inclusion. So let's start there and not judge anyone for it. But people who are fairly new on that journey often say, just before something's released, oh, can you come in and check it? Whereas what we see with more mature organisations is they start to embed those skills and capabilities into their teams. They start to ensure that they're listening to that insight, as Natalie just shared, right at the beginning of the innovation or the redesign or the design journey. And that's coming in small amounts and regularly, as opposed to a kind of one big chunk and late. A little and often and starting early is so much more powerful and actually much, much more cost effective. So it tends to create, I think of it as that while the cement's still wet, it's so easy to kind of add a little bit of inclusive design when you're still actually mixing it into a powder, rather than trying to crack a cement that's, 3/4 set to put a bit of, jam a little bit of inclusive design change in right at the end.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So just, and I know, Natalie, you can only speak for Monzo. Christine, maybe you can have a little bit of a wider perspective. But if we were to take a look at the state of play today before we go on to look at the future, how accessible in terms of Monzo, Natalie, would you say your banking services are? And what is your what other areas do you feel that you want to extend into? And then Christine, if you have an idea for some of, the nameless clients perhaps you may have worked with.
Sure. So, I'll go back to the best people, I think, to answer that question are the experts by experience, our customers. And, they will feed back to us via all sorts of channels if something is going wrong. And, we are aware that Monzo is not perfect. There's many things that we're still on a journey with. But, from our perspective, being quite small still, and we're able to kind of move quite quickly. We know that small changes, those really small changes, can have really big impact. So, like I said, we're not accessible to everyone yet, but we are learning about those barriers that our customers are facing. And we're really trying hard to do banking a little bit differently and reduce the ones that we know have been there for years. So, one of the sort of more obvious examples that we tackled quite early on is around language. So, historically, banks have been, associated with this financial services jargon and long, complex leaflets explaining, everything about your bank account. And you really shouldn't need an advanced or a high reading age to understand basic information about something as essential as your bank account. So, at Monzo, we've taken the approach that we basically have a dedicated team of writers who make sure that all of our written communication is consistent, it's jargon-free, and it's got a low reading age. We even shared our approach to this and created this writing guide so that other firms could use it. If you Google Monzo writing guide, you'll find it. And I think communication is a really good place to start, because not only at Monzo have we tried to be transparent about how we're trying to improve our communication, but we get customers communicating back with us just as much and telling us what is working for them and what isn't. One thing that I would very much like to kind of look at next was something else that came from our January event with, it was basically a partner event with Royal Association for Deaf People and a company called Signly, who were doing really amazing, innovative stuff in this space. But they basically highlighted this, need for sign support. We thought we were doing a really great job at Monzo because we've got, a few different support channels, phone calls, we can answer phone calls, but we can also answer emails and then also support customers using an in-app chat. So we thought, that's fine, we're accessible for the deaf community. And then, we heard loud and clear that actually we're forcing people to use their second language essentially. You know, they really ideally would like support using something like sign video support. And so that's something that we really like to kind of try and expand our support channels to accommodate for something like that. But you know, there's so much more to do.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, it's really interesting to hear that point around simplicity. And I think that's where Monzo has, right from the very beginning, you know, very much differentiated itself. And financial literacy, you know, I would love to see that removed as a requirement to be a banking customer. It's should just be, you know, normal language, and it's not been for a very long time, and it's getting better, but there's a long way a long way to go, and there's still a lot of jargon involved, a lot of complexity that could be made simpler. And I think, you know, there's some great examples such as Monzo that are leading the way in that. Some of the other things that I think are really important to reflect on, that are trends that we're seeing come through that both have positive and negative ways that they're flowing through for inclusion. Cashless society. I think that's a really important one. That's incredibly empowering for some people with access needs. We're dealing with money, and particularly with dexterity or physical mobility challenges. It's, you know, easier to deal with cashless for many people, but for other people that might be more difficult to understand. Hang on, how much was that really? Because there's not the colour of notes, and, you know, people who learn differently and think about money differently. So just understanding with any of these changes, who might be excluded, who might be better included, and understanding of those who might be excluded by asking them, learning from those who know best, what sort of options and can we create if we're going to move to a digital format of cash, a digital format of money even more fully. How do we make that easier for people that today cash provides a really helpful capability? Obviously, we were hearing earlier on people with carers, cash is a much more manageable element to give to someone than a card and their PIN number, and safer to some degree. So as we're creating digital formats of that cash, like prepaid cards and so on, how do we have those alternatives? The other one is the change in branches. Obviously, a huge reduction in branches over the last 5 years, or particularly, you know, the last decade. And that ongoing, and these days, you know, the exclusion from branches, not because they're not there on the high street, because we can't access them. So who's using the branches today for what? What sort of services do they need, and what alternative to those services can be provided in ways that are suitable to those communities? And again, ask and learn, because people are happy to tell you. It's just opening those channels to communication to understand what those impacts might be. And potentially, if you've got assets such as branches, what are the other service capabilities that you can create there that might be very helpful to people? And we've seen a number of the banks, create digital literacy and online banking support in their branches to help people get through that early learning of coming onto online banking. There's still 25% of the population in the UK not using online banking. That might be because of confidence. That might be because of competence. It might be due to digital device access or data access. So just the having access to the tool itself and data for that. So for those people, what are the alternatives that you're creating, and ensuring that they're protected and still supported within this kind of changing environment? So I think, and then the other one, obviously new formats and new functions that are going online. More and more of the banking functions are online. So as more complex elements go online, how do we ensure that those journeys are being tested with a really wide range of people to make sure that they're still, you know, low friction and accessible to everyone? And then new formats, you know, we're talking about wearables, we're talking about, you know, voice UIs. There's a range of new technologies always coming through. I'm working very fully in immersive technologies now, and I could imagine, you know, in a not very distant future, being able to put some of those branch conversations where you really do want a personal conversation with someone who understands you and your needs, you know, in an immersive world. And how are we going to ensure that that's designed in such a way that it's really inclusive of everyone of all abilities? So there's some of the interesting challenges, you know, in the future that I see.
No, absolutely. And Natalie, interestingly, on that point, I know when we spoke before, you talked a little bit about how Monzo was compensating for not having branches, because obviously there is still, especially perhaps with people who have additional needs or want to have those conversations, there are often they often want to talk to somebody face to face. So I don't know if you want to speak a little bit to some of the stuff that you've been doing around that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're a digital bank and we've got no plans to open up branches, but we do see the value of that face-to-face connection and building a community, especially in the sort of area that myself and my team are working in. We really miss a lot of cues to kind of identify signs of vulnerability, for example, signs that somebody might need additional support. Everything is done through the app, and so there's loads of that customer experience that we actually don't see, and so the only way that we will build those connections is still by meeting the customers. And I spoke about the campaign that we did earlier this year, and part of that work was a roadshow of events up and down the country. So it's obviously important to capture as much of the country as possible, as much of your customer base. And so we really tried to kind of accommodate for that by moving around to where we know our customer sort of hotspots are. So we were in bigger cities, which is reflective of our current demographic. But we held these events mainly to meet customers, but also to meet non-customers, to meet organisations who are working in these spaces. And it was really part of that discovery exercise to try and understand, what barriers people are facing more generally with financial services, not just for Monzo. But then also for us to be making those connections. And I think, it's so important, particularly for our product teams, for example. One of the events we held was in the London office, which meant we were lucky enough to have a user researcher there, an engineer, a product designer. They were all in the room listening to the customer feedback and really trying to workshop solutions on the spot with them. And so I think it kind of just goes back to what do you use a branch for? And Monzo customers don't need a branch to kind of take any action on their account. Everything can be done in the app or over the phone, contacting customer support. So it's then what purpose would a branch serve? And I think it's other banks are doing this now as well. I think they're seeing that it is more about community, making connections, maybe an element of financial education, financial literacy, and just really trying to empower customers to really understand what they're spending their money on and how they can manage it with the tools that these products and services provide. So yeah, that's Monzo's perspective anyway.
Yeah, now I think I know the answer to this question, guys, because of what we've talked about so far. But I guess I'm going to ask it anyway. So what does the future look like for disabled customers in banking? Is banking, for example, from your phone the future? And if it is, how do we ensure that any of the new technologies that come along with that and new services remain inclusive for disabled customers?
I'm happy having a first stab at this one, Natalie. Then I am an optimist, anyone who knows me. So I'm going to start by saying it's enabled customers. So people are disabled when they can't do what they want because of the difference that they have to the environment that they're matched in. And actually there is no reason for that to disable them as a banking customer. So I do see good intent across banking in the UK. I do see there's still a gap there between the current capabilities, and customer, provision that's out there. In some areas more than others, so in complex areas more than the straightforward, in older technologies, and actually in business banking more than in retail banking. So I think there's still quite a lot of catching up to do, but I think the intent is there, and I think that particularly as we work, it's the how do you leapfrog to get to the next layer of design that is significantly better than where we are today, as opposed to just always catching up, but always catching this moving tail, so we're always behind. And I think that's where embedding capability into design teams, making sure that there's listening all the way through the design process in an ongoing, light but often way, specifically with customers with different access needs, with disabilities of different ages, of different digital capability, financial literacy, and needs and situations, then I think we'll close this gap. I do genuinely believe that this gap will close. Ideally, it will be enabled customers, not disabled customers in the future.
Yeah, I love that. I echo all of that. Accessible, I hope, is the future of banking for disabled customers. I think as long as we continue to learn from each other in the financial services industry, and we're really transparent about what we're doing well, but also really being open to talking about what we're not doing so well, we'll be much more approachable for the customers using the services, and I think that's really key to build that, going back to what I've said quite a few times now, that strong community and the culture of the customer feedback, working with the people you're supporting to improve things, so that people don't get left behind. I also think, to make sure that we keep moving forwards and progressing while staying connected, I think it's important to have people in businesses whose role it is to consider this full time. I think that's so important. So I hope the future's collaborative, and it's got clear accountability and ownership of the problems that people raise, so that we can make things more inclusive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Mark, we can.
Hello. Sorry. That's that awkward moment I told you might happen. I've got loads of questions in here, so I just want to underline. Firstly, thank you. Really fantastic session. Also, what we're doing is gathering the questions here, and we'll feed them back into the panel as an opportunity to create some FAQs after the event. So we'll have some FAQs to accompany the video when we share it later. So all of you that have been asking questions, thank you. I've got one in particular I thought would be interesting to ask. It particularly made me think of this morning's session from the business leaders. Do you know of anything going on within banks for employees around engagement, particularly to do with disability, supporting employees with disabilities? Obviously, that's the flip side of that cultural story that we were just talking about there. Are there particular examples that you know of where banks are picking up on this internally and building programs for employees? I'm asking that of all of you, I guess. I don't know whether any of you do.
Natalie, do you want to talk to at Monzo? I mean, I'm certainly aware of other organisations, and there's, in fact, I think most of the leading banks, there is a real search for talent. I mean, there is a real desire for great talent in the financial services sector. It's a very attractive sector to work in, and it's a sector where, I think traditionally hasn't been that inclusive, and there's been a lot of work done by I'm aware of a number of the big banks, and actually some of the smaller building societies and organisations as well, to ensure they have the greatest talent in their organisations, including people with different access needs and disabilities. That also means that they've got some lovely listening posts internally as well to understand and reflect the communities they're looking to serve. So, that knowledge starts to become embedded both from within as well as from without. So I know how powerful that is. I obviously can't talk through the experience of those organisations, but Paul Smythe, Charlotte from NatWest, there's a whole lot of organisations that have done a lot of work in this space. So yes, that is a very important part of improving capability. And in fact, even this morning, I think Unilever were talking about, by ensuring that they have the greatest talent within that reflects their broad community, including people with disabilities, they'll be able to create the products and services that are delightful to those communities without as well. And that's commercial value.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, just on Monzo's side of things, we've worked quite hard in the last sort of few years to be really transparent about where we are at with diversity, internally. And whilst there's strides to go, there always is. We have improved in the last few years, and I think it's really important to say that we want to see you know, the customers represented in our workforce and vice versa. And so you can't make money work for everyone without having that representative workforce. And, you know, just in the team that sort of I work in the area that I'm working in, we have people with disabilities who, you know, can give us feedback. They are the experts by experience, just like our customers. I'm not saying we couldn't do better, and we definitely can, but I think just wider society now is holding firms more accountable for stuff like this, and our customers are very vocal and ask us all the time about our policies and you know, reading our annual report. I don't know how many other banks can say their customers are actually really engaged in their annual reports, but ours are. They like to read into, you know, everything that we're doing, and as part of that, you know, we are totally transparent about where we're at on that journey. And so it's, yeah, just as important to have that representative workforce internally as it is to have, you know, those voices in the room when we're designing.
Thank you.
I could actually just add one little thing in terms of our personal experience at Open as well, which is, you know, at Open we have over 50% of our, you know, staff in Open identify as disabled. And it just allows you to co-design with people with all sorts of different access needs. Obviously for us that's critically important, but actually for every organisation it's important, because we catch ourselves before we make the mistakes. You know, we have that voice improving our understanding and bringing our awareness up all the time to, you know, perspectives as they are today, not, you know, research 3 months ago even, which right at this moment in time is already out of date.
Great, thank you. Thanks, guys. Well, sorry, I'm just checking it. I'm watching that screen and this screen with different spectacles.
You've got the voices in your head, Mark.
Exactly, and in my eyes even. So, well, look, thank you so much. That was brilliant, and I think we've learned so much about the ways in which banks manage the information for their customers, but also the accessibility challenges that come with that and some of the solutions. So a huge thank you to Natalie and Christine and to yourself, Jane, for that session. And as I say, we've actually had a lot of questions in that session online. We will definitely be creating an FAQ to follow that up when we share it afterwards. For now, we're going to have a break. The next session starts at 4 o'clock. If you haven't had a cup of coffee yet, then you probably need one. I certainly do. And a chance to walk outside maybe, which I definitely do. And then we'll be back at 4. There are 2 things you can do there. You can go and see Sightless Combat, explaining how a blind person plays computer games, or you can join the debate around the future of accessible information formats. They're at 4 o'clock. We'll be back then at 5 o'clock with a main session back on the main stage, which will be Casper Klinger and Jenny Lefleury talking with Sumara Latif. You'll find that in the program. That's all about how business sees the accessibility world, which I think is going to be fantastic. So we'll see you at 4, and I hope you've had a good time so far. See you later. Thank you. Hi there, welcome back. I hope you had a good workshop or session, either accessible information formats or the gaming demonstration. That's the one I ducked into. Looked fantastic. Sightless Combat, showing how he plays computer games and explaining some of the obstacles that people face with disabilities and some of the ways of getting around them, and showing off his gaming skills, obviously. So on with the show. We started the day talking about the business case for accessibility. We listened to a panel earlier talking about of business leaders talking about their experience and the business interest in accessibility. I'm really pleased to say that we're going to return to that theme now, but in particular I'm pleased to say that we're going to be welcoming Jenny LaFleury, who's Chief Accessibility Officer at Microsoft and has been a friend of AbilityNet for some time and a well-known figure in this field, and really has made a big difference at Microsoft for us in terms of connecting in and helping to build relations there. She's going to be talking to Casper Klinger, who's new to Microsoft, joined earlier this year. She's going to be talking about his experience of joining an organization where accessibility is part of the culture. And they're going to be hosted and chaired by Samara Latif, who works for Procter & Gamble, who again is a friend of AbilityNet's and someone that we've worked with over time. And her role in Procter & Gamble is to look at accessibility in general and not just technology. So they're going to be talking about culture, the culture of organizations, and also the way in which business makes sense of accessibility and understands what it's capable of and what it can deliver for business. So I'm going to head over now and introduce you to the panel. Thank you.
Everyone. So my name is Sam Latif. It's Samara Latif, you can call me Sam. So as Mark said, I'm P&G's accessibility leader. And in case you don't know P&G, we're kind of all over your home. We mainly are in cleaning and beauty and grooming as well. So you're probably familiar with some of our brands like Ariel in Europe and Tide in the US. We have Gillette, Pampers, Head and Shoulders, and many, many more brands. Today, I have the pleasure to have an insightful conversation with two brilliant individuals who are pioneering, high impact individuals and advanced in their unique areas of work. And they both happen to work at Microsoft. Jenny, you are a household name. You are the Chief Accessibility Officer in the accessibility world. We all know you and we all love you. I think we first met over 15 years ago. I don't know if you remember that interaction, but a senior IT leader at P&G connected with someone at Microsoft and who put me in touch with you and to talk about accessibility a long time ago. And Jenny, you're really professionalizing accessibility. You're recruiting people with disabilities. And that's so important because only 31% of people who are working age are in employment. So it's a topic that's really close to my heart. And I've seen firsthand how easy it is to discriminate towards people with disabilities. So I'm really applaud you for that. But also you're creating positive, meaningful experiences with technology, making a positive impact in lives of people with disabilities, people like myself. I absolutely love seeing AI. I love the Be My Eyes disability help desk that you got, and also just to be able to do my job. If it wasn't for Microsoft, I couldn't do my job. So I really, appreciate everything that you've done to make my life easy from an accessibility point of view. Casper, I do not know you yet, but Casper, you're the head of European Government Affairs for Microsoft. And prior to that, you had a diplomatic career as an ambassador for many different countries around the world. And prior to joining Microsoft, you were also Denmark's first and probably the world's first tech ambassador. So perhaps we can start here, Casper. What is a tech ambassador? And why does a company like Microsoft need someone working with government affairs? Oh, and by the way, my cat's just walked in, so he's going to meow, but just ignore that. So yeah, over to you, Casper.
Well, thanks very much, Simon. I think your cat will give a nice touch to this conversation. And let me just say from the outset that I'm fairly humbled to be having this conversation, both with you, Sam, but also with Jenny. And I also want to, be blunt from the beginning here to say that I have a steep learning curve in better understanding this accessibility discussion and what we need to be doing and how we put that into policies and also the technologies that we're working on in Microsoft. So I think I'm as much here to learn as I am to share sort of insights from my side. Going back to the job I had previously until I joined Microsoft on the 1st of March, we in Denmark came up with this fairly new idea or notion that we needed not only ambassadors to countries or ambassadors to international organizations. We've had them for many years and literally going back hundreds of years. But because of where technology is today and the incredible impact that technology is having, primarily in a positive way, but certainly also in a challenging way, there was a sense that perhaps we also need envoys to have conversations with the technology industry, both nice conversations where we talk about opportunities, and I think accessibility is a pretty good example where technology can have such a dramatic impact for people with disabilities. But I also want to be honest, we had quite a few less pleasant conversations, which was about holding the technology companies to account, avoiding interference in elections, avoiding disinformation, illegal content, but also just encouraging the technology industry to take a societal responsibility because of the huge impact that the industry is having. So, in a short version, I think my job was about building bridges between governments and the industry, without wanting to take it too far, I think actually the job that I have now for Microsoft, sitting in Brussels normally, although COVID-19 is making that a bit difficult, that is actually also about building bridges between governments and I would say Europe and a big technology company like Microsoft. And do we need that? I'm not objective, but I think we need that more than ever before to make sure that both sides build up skills and competences and a better understanding of the other side so that we can take the right decisions in a number of different areas.
Thanks, Casper. And is that the same as this concept that I only came across like 2 days ago called techdiplomacy? Is that what you've just described or something else?
No, that's exactly what I described, because we, when you represent such a small country as Denmark, and I'm going to refuse to tell you how many, citizens we are, because that's just embarrassing when you're talking to big countries. You have to come up with smart notions, and then we decided that diplomacy, everybody understands. Technology, people understand. If you combine those two words, that was sort of something we tried to set in motion. And by the way, it was picked up by many countries around the world. Today, we have many ambassadors or special envoys that are dealing with cybersecurity issues or technology issues or digital issues. So for the first time in a long while, Denmark helped set something in motion that I fundamentally believe is critically important in today's world.
Wow, thank you. So Jenny, maybe Casper is a bit young in the role to answer this, but maybe I can ask you, is there a space or an opportunity for accessibility as part of tech diplomacy so that we intentionally make everything accessible moving forward for digital?
I've got a big grin on my face for a reason. That's exactly why I'm so excited that Casper's with us today, and Casper's joined the company. And I remember sitting in the audience a few years ago when you were in your previous role, sort of just like, oh my gosh, we need this, because I think societal areas that Casper, you've put your arms around over years. Accessibility is absolutely in the same bucket, and so it's really exciting to learn from Casper, to learn from what we can do with tech diplomacy to move this forward. I don't know, Casper, what do you think? We pulled you into the fore on this one.
try and avoid embarrassing myself in front of two superstars like the two of you. But I think, you know, Jenny, let's be honest. We had a conversation. Well, we've had many conversations, but a conversation a few days ago where we were sort of comparing notes on how do you drive forward innovation in the policy area or in areas where we think there is a need for change. And I think that might be, you know, one area where you compare a little bit what we did with diplomacy, trying to disrupt, you know, the traditional way of looking at how countries interact with each other and what it means to really have, you know, envoys in the hotspots of transformation. And you know, in today's world, those hotspots are, you know, both Silicon Valley, I have to mention Redmond, but I think Shenzhen and a couple of other places are really where a lot of change are happening. But I think, you know, what you guys have been doing for a long time, to some extent has been, I guess, accentuated by what we're seeing with COVID-19, in the sense that we know how technology can be a game changer for people to retain their jobs and for the economy to be less affected than had, you know, the global pandemic taken place, you know, 10, 15 years ago. On the other hand, you know, I think if you look at an area like accessibility, it's so obvious that technology can also make a huge difference for a lot of people around the world. But we also, I think, need to push this agenda forward. And you know, one of my favorite sentences is never let a crisis go to waste. And to some extent, I would love to learn from you and Sam, you know, can we actually use COVID-19 as a game changer for making sure there's much more focused on accessibility? And, you know, I'll be the first one to be very honest with you in saying that I have not paid enough attention to this area before joining Microsoft. And actually having conversations with you, Jenny, and with you, Sam, also helps me better understand, you know, how we make sure that our conversations with the European Union or with European governments, that we put this at the forefront because of the massive impact this can have for people.
Yeah. I mean, policy is extremely important, Casper, to make change happen. And lack of policy is often the problem for minority groups like people with disabilities. So, you know, take COVID, for example. If products like Zoom or WebEx or Teams, these are tools that we are using day in, day out to work from home, to do our jobs. Now, what would have been even more helpful is to have them working accessibly from the outset. But there, you know, I don't know if we can build that into policy so that you know, for me, it's like baking a cake. You know, accessibility is a key ingredient, like sugar. It's something that needs to be done from the outset, but it's not always thought about by policymakers. And so the end result is people like me who can't use things, we feel excluded because by the time it comes to market, by the time you touch it as a consumer, it's way too late, you know, and then you're having to campaign and to get things fixed. So how can we systemically include accessibility into policy making, and how do we work with the EU or the UN or these people in positions of power to help them understand the impact it has, you know, on you from a society? It's not just I can't use this, but what's the additional impact it has, you know, like the emotional impact of feeling excluded or not being able to do a job because things are not accessible. So how can we educate or turn around policymakers?
And Sam, was that a question for me or for Jenny?
It was a question for you.
Okay. Well, I think I can try and answer that, but I actually think Jenny is also the right one to come in and help perhaps get more granularity on the answer. Well, I think first of all, having somebody like Jenny or somebody like you in P&G is a pretty good starting point because you know, without comparison at all, I think when you are trying to make change or to do things differently, you need to have, you know, ambassadors or in your case, sort of superheroes that are pushing this agenda forward in a way where we're using both a bit of carrot and a bit of stick, because otherwise you don't have the impact that is needed. And one of the things that I really enjoy working for Microsoft, and again, I'm a complete newbie, I've just been here since the 1st of March, but I think this multidisciplinary approach where, you know, you have engineers sitting together with people like Jenny, perhaps you add a couple of policy people like myself or somebody from my team, and you bring those different ingredients together from the outset so that the technologies of tomorrow, that it's not an add-on to make sure that the functionality also works for people with disabilities. I think that's just a fundamental starting point. But I would also say, just being a little bit selfish, looking at myself and my team in Brussels, you know, having somebody like Jenny and her team reminding us on a daily basis, and also being a bit tough with us once in a while when we're not focusing enough on these issues, that we have to make sure, as we have dialogues with you know, European decision makers, either in Brussels or across Europe, that this is an issue we need to push. I mean, we want standards that makes this mandatory. It's not something that is nice to have. It's something that has to be a fundamental part of the technologies that we're building for tomorrow. And the last thing I just wanted to say, perhaps before Jenny can say something much smarter about this, is that I think COVID-19 has showed that this digital divide that we talk a lot about, also at the global level, well, that digital divide is also present, you know, in our case in Europe, where people have been harder hit by COVID-19 in terms of unemployment. And, you know, I know that also people with disabilities have been proportionally harder hit than others. We have to make sure also as a technology company that we take our responsibility very seriously to make sure that we have inclusive technologies that really caters for the kind of complexities that the world are facing. And again, I think COVID-19 is a game changer that we should take advantage of.
Yeah, you can't play the newbie card anymore, Casper.
When does that come out, Jenny?
It's gone. And Sam, I have to love that your cat is appearing in the background in this.
Can you see him? I wasn't sure.
Yes, definite guess in this. You know, I think Casper's got it so beautifully right here. It just in terms, of course, might know what he's doing maybe a little bit, but the beauty of accessibility is that when it comes to policy, at least, is that this becomes table stakes. When you have table stakes accessibility set within accessibility regulations and policies, it sets the bar for where companies need to achieve. And it sets that goal line, at least minimum bar. And I would never want it to be the goal. Because as we know, the policies are woefully behind the use of technology, but it sets a line that companies can get after in terms of understanding what they may need to do. Or if it doesn't exist, it becomes kind of, how can I innovate and create? And sometimes that leads to incredible, beautiful results. And I love that you had Sightless Combat on before this, who's a blind gamer and has really innovated within the gaming infrastructure and an amazing gaming accessibility world that's popped up without a lot of accessibility policy and regulation. But also it's definitely an area where I'd much rather have at least a lot more in that. The challenge then is kind of your point, Sam, of making sure that we all have technology that we can need and use and work and live. You quoted some stats there of, was it 31% in the workforce in the UK? The number here in the US is 20%. And I think, and then you look at the unemployment rate on top of that in the US, that's double that of people for people with disabilities versus not. So we're looking at 13.4% of that 20% are also out of work, as opposed to 66% non-disabled yet being in the workforce and 7.6%. So you've got a massive gap, and technology has a big part to play in that. And I would say COVID has been one of those amazing sort of learning periods for us, where we did have at least that minimum bar, but we've also had to learn a lot during this period. Teams as one example, we were lucky enough to really be ahead of the game on this in so many ways. Clearly not perfect, but ahead of the game, thanks to honestly our blind community partnering deeply with our engineering team on it a couple of years ago, which has continued. But did we have it set right for every aspect of the disability community? No. We learned very quickly that captioning was utterly invaluable. That grew 30x overnight in Teams. But we've also had to add in a lot of additional features, and there's some, also in the works for sign language interpreters, for example, and some other situations that we've learned. So it's an iterative process. But I think it really is the building blocks of having policy on top, and then the operations on top of that help to make it a reality. Does that help, Sam?
Yes, it does. And I have a particular idea or example where I think policy, if we could build accessibility policy, we would really transform people's lives. So Casper, I don't know, do you know what audio description is?
Don't.
So basically, blind people, it's the opposite of captioning, I would say, and it's a service for the blind. So if you're watching a film or an advertising, there's a voice that describes what's going on visually in the screen, like the robber jumps onto the bed or whatever it might be. And that's a separate track that you can put on your TV. You can turn it on like captioning. Are you with me?
I am, and I've actually tried that without knowing what the terminology.
Oh, is it annoying you? Yeah, it tells you everything you're seeing. Yeah. So this is like gold dust for blind people. It's something that almost every Hollywood film has built in. So, some of the major filmmakers are already doing this. P&G is the only advertiser probably like globally doing this yet, but we're only doing it in the UK, Spain, and the US. And the reason we're not doing it in other European markets yet primarily is because there isn't a policy. The governments haven't enforced this. They're not asking companies to do this. So as a result, in many countries, blind people have never even tasted audio description. And that really, it really makes me so sad to know that people like me in countries like, Italy, I don't want to name them, but many countries cannot see films with audio description. They cannot see advertising with audio description. And yet we as P&G want to do it, but there's more than one player here, that we need governments to set down policy maybe. We need, broadcasters to be committed to provide the pipes that will broadcast the audio description. And then we need content creators like P&G to provide that audio description. How can we get something like this in place? Because it doesn't cost a lot. It only costs $300 to make one ad with audio description. Nothing. It's peanuts for us to do. Yet it really impacts hugely on the blind community. But how can we make this a reality in every country?
Well, if I say a few words to begin with, and then again, Jenny, you will probably say something a lot more insightful than I will. I am European, as you can note out here in my accent, and I do think that policy reigns supreme in a lot of these areas. So a good starting point, I would assume, is to make sure that these requirements are built in as a pretty standard thing in our policies. And I don't know whether you can make a comparison, but a few years ago we had the General Data Protection Regulation coming into effect. I was actually working in Silicon Valley at that stage, and there wasn't a single technology company I met in my old job where we didn't hear complaints about what Europe was doing and how awful this was in terms of all the obligations that it put on technologies and technology companies. Fast forward till today, I think very few companies haven't implemented GDPR as a universal approach and basically giving the same facilities to customers and consumers around the world. And I do believe, and again, I'm biased because I'm working out of Europe and I have responsibility for Europe, but I think the European Union hopefully can remain sort of a powerhouse in implementing gradually higher and higher standards across the board, including on accessibility. And I would assume that's a pretty good starting point in making sure that it's not something you have to be grateful for, that you have access to this functionality when you're watching a movie, but it's something that is an obligation for movie creators that we build into it. And similarly, I think this is again where what we've learned from COVID-19 is the necessity of making sure that everybody's on board in the bus. This digital divide, of course, is perhaps more evident on accessibility than any place else. But I just want to say, people all over Europe, including in Europe, that are without access to broadband, that simply doesn't have the possibility to maintain their jobs because of lack of access to technology. And again, I don't claim that I fully understand or have insights around accessibility, but I would assume, that's almost a double stammer for people with disabilities. If you don't have access to the critical infrastructure, that's a bad starting point. But then if the technologies are not set up to make sure you have basic functionality around accessibility, that's an addition on top that makes it very difficult, certainly during a global pandemic, but also wider than that.
So in your role as, in your relationship with the European government, is that something that you would be able to advocate for, or do we do it individually? It's interesting to know how do you make that change happen, like you described with the GDPR?
Well, again, I think just the fact that we have Jenny and her team is a fantastic starting point, because Jenny, she will remind us, I'm pretty sure, on a regular basis on the need to focus on this. And if I don't do my job, I'm also pretty sure that she will complain to my boss to make sure that I get those instructions crystal clearly from above as well. But I'm fortunate enough to have on my team some super dedicated people that are not only focused on accessibility, but actually enthusiastic about it. And they're working on a daily basis with European decision makers, with European policymakers. We've been working, I think, hand in hand in developing the European Accessibility Act, focusing on European standards on accessibility. And I think that's a starting point. But with all other policy work, of course, Rome was not built on one day. It's a continuous effort where we have to remind everybody. And again, one of my concerns, and I hope that I'm wrong on this one, is that we're focusing a lot similarly on sustainability. And I think we had some concerns, would COVID-19 take away the focus on sustainability? And I think similarly, perhaps as we look at accessibility issues, we need to use the global pandemic as an opportunity to do more. But I guess we also have to be absolutely sure that we ring fence the progress that has already been made on accessibility, and make sure that this crisis is not misused to lower the attention or to not focus on the next steps necessary. And I think that's a job that I and my team are taking quite seriously.
Yeah, I would say, Sam, if I just add in quick, I do think that this is such a great example of the importance of audio description, how much it's come even more to the fore through the COVID-19, where we've seen that dependence on accessibility has been utterly top of the radar. Efforts by amazing advocates like you driving audio description top of the list in terms of what you're doing within your company, other companies doing some of the same, putting pressure onto the system. So you've got expertise happening within private industry, you've got public that is the role model that we all want to aspire to be. I think you've got a great recipe that would mean that this could be a great topic, as one of several that I think we're going to probably have to pursue collectively as we move through this never-ending pandemic and really take the learnings from that. So I think it's a great one that you flagged, and I think it's for us definitely on the radar. I mean, like you, we have an in-house team that does our audio descriptions. It's important in everything that we do. Are we doing every single language in the way that everyone? No, we've definitely still got some capability to build, but it's absolutely up there. So I think it's a great one to tee up for sure.
Excellent. You'll put it on your scorecard to make sure Casper helps out in that.
Game on, game on.
Jenny, many people, we often think of like accessibility as a discipline for making digital or specifically websites accessible. But, how about, thinking about accessibility in a more broader, delightful experience? like, you know, doing your grocery shopping or booking a holiday. For me as a blind person, I love shopping with Tesco, which is a UK grocery retailer. I love using their app. It's very accessible, good fun to use. But even if I go to the store, it's a really good experience. Their staff are intuitive, helpful. You know, I can get my grocery shopping done in any way I want, with tech, without tech. When it comes to booking a flight, for example, I can't do that independently at all. You know, the websites suck. They're not very good at all. I can't do it. I have to ask someone else. I feel uncomfortable, and so I don't probably book as many flights as I want. You know, what are your thoughts around thinking about accessibility more holistically? And are you doing any of that in Microsoft?
Yeah, I think you paint the absolute opportunity there is for us to have a more inclusive, accessible world that is the difference between a company getting your pound or dollar or whatever currency or not, right? I mean, that's I know in the UK, the purple pound is often used as a description of that. If you're accessible, if you're inclusive, people are gonna want to buy your groceries. If you're not accessible, inclusive, they're not gonna buy your flights. In more fundamental parts of life, that could be the difference between access to education, access to employment, and different scenarios. So yeah, I mean, I think accessibility is an ecosystem. And so while we may look at each individual area of it, and by the way, I don't think that's just the nerdery, I think that's a lot more than just a piece of code. Microsoft, we look across all of the different dimensions of the company and just say, is our hiring process there? Do we have physical accessibility at the bar that we want? Do we have internal accessibility in tools, as well as the different pieces of Word or Excel or Xbox and what have you? Supplier and procurement processes, is it embedded in our sales and marketing conversations? So we're getting awareness of accessibility out to our customers. So we look at it as the ecosystem, and then within that ecosystem, there's clearly different scenarios that we go deep on. Tesco's isn't on the list, Sam, so you know I've clearly got to take that one back, although my gosh, do I miss Tesco's. She says sitting in Seattle. I'm very jealous. I would love to go to Tesco's. But we do look at work scenarios, we do look at play scenarios. Clearly, we're a big gaming company. We do look at different scenarios like navigation, and as you've probably seen with Soundscape and 3D audio to help you get to Tesco's, and then seeing AI once you're in Tesco's. So sometimes it's how you put the building blocks together. And I think holistically, are we at the point where I feel like I've got a complete horizontal lens? No, there's probably a lot more that I need to do there, but we do look at this at a human level as opposed to a code level, if that makes sense. And it all accrues up. So when I mean human, it's kind of how is somebody opening that Word document, getting into it? How's that usability experience? How are they then posting it to OneDrive? You know, and then you tack on other things for that as well. So yes, does that give you some sense?
Yes, no, absolutely. Another question is for you, Jenny. What is the biggest barrier, in your opinion, to implement accessibility in an organization like Microsoft?
So I feel really lucky. I'm coming up 5 years in this role, and 16 years at Microsoft. I originally started across the pond to work on Hotmail in London many years ago, and moved into this. And it's been fascinating to see the journey, how it's evolved over time. And to see how it's kind of slowly grown in areas. And that's not to say it's been a gorgeous, ever increasing graph curve going up the right way. It's definitely had roller coaster moments. But I think we did take a very methodical shift 5 years ago to think about it differently. And that was a really grand experiment in hindsight. And I would say Brad Smith, who's the president of that Casper and I both work for, took a bet on us, honestly, and took a bet on accessibility and a vision which was not just about thinking about the code, which is really how accessibility is traditionally been thought of, is, you know, you fix a piece of nerdery and you're good to go. And you get it to the minimum bar and you're good to go. And we were like, no, it's way bigger than that. We've got to lean into not just the products and the websites, but we've got to embed inclusive design. We also have to think about the people processes, because if you have talent with disabilities in the core of the company, that ecosystem just drives itself. You've got people with disabilities giving us the feedback we need and telling us when things are right and also when things are wrong, that empowers us to keep the cycle moving. So we also really put a kick into hiring talent and really amplifying talent and empowering talent with disabilities, and then moving into lots of other areas. We actually built an accessibility maturity model to evaluate where we were at and then sort of manage it over time and measure. In fact, I was even last week walking the SLT through where we are with our maturity model and what we need to hit on now. And so with every step of the process, I think there's been different challenges. And I think, you know, everyone's like, well, you have an advocacy role. And I would say that after 5 years of pushing, you know, this motion forward, this is an operations job. This is a role where you have to understand where you are, deeply get curious about what the issues are, and then advocate and problem solve for those to be addressed systematically. So you're not fixing it every year, you're fixing it once and done. Generalized problems, there's always more to do than time in the day. Prioritization is key, whether that's, again, a piece of code or it's what talent pool are we going to go after. Budgets, just making sure that we've got all the dots tick and tied. And I would say education and understanding of accessibility is not where I'd ideally want it to be. I mean, I am so thrilled that, like, Casper, you're joining Open, let me learn, soak this up, take this forward, because I want everyone to learn the basics of accessibility, what it is to be a person with a disability, the reliance and dependency we have on technology and other components, and be able to talk about that, amplify that with confidence. So yeah, three things that are definitely challenges as you go through, and it depends where you are as to where they come up.
Thank you. Yeah, I would love to learn more about your maturity model. Jenny, maybe we could take that offline as well. I'd love to know how it works and whether I can pinch it.
It's yeah, we put it online, Sam. So we actually posted a version of it. It's not all of the widgets that we use internally, but it's online, and we'll get you the link. I think it's Accessibility Evolution Model off our website. So yeah, we'll get you all that.
Okay. And Casper, like, what's been the biggest, you've been in this role since March 1, and Jenny thinks you're already fully onboarded and know everything. But what's the one big thing that you've learned that's been the biggest surprise to you so far in relation to accessibility?
Yeah, listen, don't believe everything Jenny says, especially not. And you know, she might be missing, Tesco, but she has Costco that I'm missing after having moved away from the US. Listen, I'll be very honest in saying that, you know, accessibility wasn't on my radar screen at the level where it should have been before me joining Microsoft. But you know, she's been very kind to say nice stuff about me, and I'm paying her to say that. So we'll connect offline to do the transaction afterwards, Jenny. But I actually remember, you know, all the way back, even before I joined Microsoft, I had the opportunity to spend a few days in Redmond at an annual event. And I actually remember Jenny taking the floor in sort of a big meeting, emphasizing, you know, issues around accessibility, around policies, and why it is that we need to do that. And that had a pretty big impact on me. So, you know, when I first had the opportunity to talk to her, first of all, I recognized that I had a steep learning curve, and I needed to learn a lot more about what we need to do in this area. But actually, and I'm really going into dangerous territories. And if I say something politically incorrect, you have to forgive me for that. But my understanding is also that we're doing it because there's the right thing to do. But actually, a lot of the innovation that is coming out of focusing on disabilities has a very nice spin-off effect that is actually, from a commercial point of view, also valuable for a company like Microsoft. One of the things that we're focusing on in Europe right now is the automatic translation systems, where you get the subtitles below on Teams or on the functionality. That is extremely helpful in a European Union with 27 different member states. So, for example, in the European Parliament, that functionality is absolutely essential, not least for the Parliament to work during a global pandemic. So my guess is, or my question rather, is also that what we're doing here and also advocating for stronger policies, hopefully that's also something that is helpful for our business as we further expand our technologies. We innovate, we find new functionalities that might be from the outset focused on accessibility, but that might have fantastic spin-off effects and really create sort of an environment of innovation. And I think, again, this multidisciplinary approach where we make sure that those functionalities are thought into design processes from the beginning, I think that's such a helpful way of working, and something you can actually get inspiration on in many different areas, not necessarily working on accessibility. So I guess what I'm trying to say in a not very elegant way is that trying to be at the forefront of innovating new technologies that works for people with disabilities, that's also a good thing for a business like Microsoft ultimately. Jenny, come in and correct me if I'm wrong, and again, apologies if I said something that was so inappropriate here.
No, you are not. I'm grinning and smiling at your comments, because I think that's all too often, I think accessibility is perceived as something, gosh, when I came into the role, we did a listening tour and people described it as a tax, which I found quite fascinating, because history doesn't tell us that. History tells us that talking books and Audible came out of books for the blind. Gosh, Sam, how many years ago now?
Yeah.
Captioning came for the deaf, fluorescent lights came out of accessibility, door handles, magnetic zips. I mean, history tells us that this is really, innovation is why it is the benefit of designing with and through and for people with disabilities. And we've definitely seen that, whether it's the adaptive controller, Seeing AI, which we all love and adore, which was a hackathon project. Both of them were actually. And gosh, we're now seeing Project Tokyo, which is looking at AI and AR, really just if you think about a HoloLens and individuals who are blind getting a better understanding of who's sitting at a dinner table. Thanks to technology. I mean, it's powering a completely different wave of innovation. So I'm love that was your your takeaway. It's why I think so many are now flocking to accessibility across our companies. It's seen as a cool job. It's not an easy job, but it's seen as a really cool one, I think. I'm biased.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I'm probably biased too, but I absolutely love it. And I love the fact, Casper, that you're able to recognize that actually people with disabilities are fueling innovation. But so it's almost time up. Gosh, I don't know where the time went. I didn't know what kind of questions I was going to be asking you, but we've managed to fill the time. But as a closing remark, I was wondering if you were going to summarize your thoughts into a comment or a tweet to leave something with listeners or viewers, what would that be?
Jenny, you go first here because I have to
I was going to throw it for you first. I would
I'd finish putting you on the spot.
Yeah, I love it. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm drinking coffee. My clogs are turning as fast as they can. I think that accessibility has never been important than it is today. I think that if we say nothing else, that's the nature of the beast. And we've done so much as an industry, and I'm not talking about one company, I'm talking collectively, because we have been powered by talent with disabilities that have really fueled that going forward. But there's a lot more to do. And I think if there's any learning from these times, from this year, gorgeous year that it's been, and as we think to the future, I think we've got to continue to partner together to build a better future and embed that into our infrastructure, into our policies and regulations. And we need to do that by bringing everyone together to make a difference. So that's not a tweet. That's not
that's over your tweet. Yeah, you went over character limit.
Yeah, that's more like a LinkedIn post. So I'm sticking with that. But
sorry.
Casper,
can you do a tweet? Can you do a tweet, please?
There was 25 tweets and 3 LinkedIn. Actually, I mean, I will fail at this one as well, but I actually wanted to tell you a sort of small anecdote from my own team in Brussels. We have a young guy on our team with a hearing disability, and it was interesting for me and also for my leadership team. We were discussing, how frustrated we all were with working from home and how much we were looking forward to getting back in the office, the touch points, the socialization, being human beings in the same room together. And then, this guy came forward and saying, he'd never had a better time than during COVID-19 because he could use the technologies that we have. He was on Teams. He never had a problem understanding the discussions and participating in the discussions. And that was really an eye-opener, I think, for a lot of us in saying, okay, that kind of flexibility is something that we shouldn't just focus on during COVID-19, but we also need to focus on afterwards. So making sure that, when we talk about inclusivity or diversity in teams, that we use actually technology as a way of making that possible, also in a world where hopefully the apocalypse is soon going to be over. So again, I failed completely on tweets. I will try and think about it after this session and put something out. But I think this sort of constant learnings from looking at that is something that is having an impact on a lot of us, including those of us who haven't paid attention enough in the past.
Absolutely. And I think this is just a start. It would be great to keep, the dialogue going across the industry. So I really appreciate the fact that you joined TechShare and came along and had a fireside chat, and you were thrown in the deep end, Casper, I think. So well done. And Jenny, thanks very much as usual for pushing accessibility with our new government affairs person at Microsoft. So Casper and Jenny, thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thanks a lot.
And thank you guys from the studio here, Jenny, Casper, and Sam. That was fantastic. What a brilliant way to roll all that conversation up together. Sam, you did a fantastic job in the chair. Thank you. Jenny and Casper, brilliant to hear what's going on inside Microsoft, and in particular Casper. Great to hear the real story. As you say, the learning that you're doing. Along the journey of being within Microsoft and the contrast to your understanding before. And I think it really does set us all, I'm treating us as the accessibility community, looking outwards at what's going on around us. And I think this is a great time to be making the case for accessibility and telling people why this is important. I don't think there's any reason why we should worry about emphasizing the business benefit that Casper mentioned, the innovation that comes, the market reach, all the other things that we've talked about today, but also just understanding who's involved in this conversation and where they may be starting from and where they're going to go to next. So what a fantastic session. Thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your thoughts there. So before we finish, we've got an extra segment here. AbilityNet, as well as running TechShare Pro, runs the Tech for Good Awards. We've run them for the 10th time this year. They're an annual awards ceremony. We're supported by PT with that. And in those awards, we've always had an accessibility award. And the accessibility award over the years has brought together lots of different programs and projects. Be My Eyes, you're going to hear from Alexander on Thursday, was a winner a couple of years ago as an example. And we like to highlight, at TechShare Pro, we just like to highlight and shine a light on the amazing things that our winners are doing. So this year, the winner is Clarion Open Up Music. I don't know whether Barry can join me. I'm hoping he can. He's gonna come in. Hi, Barry. How you doing?
Hello.
Good. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Fantastic. So, you had you entered the Tech for Good Awards this year? Had you come across them before?
So no, this was we'd obviously come across them before, and this is the first year we'd entered, and yeah, we were absolutely overjoyed to win this year. It's absolutely fantastic, and yeah, it's yeah, what can I say? Absolutely brilliant news.
Cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to find out a bit more about what you do. This is an odd thing for us because we've done this whole thing virtually again, as well as TechShare Pro. We did Tech for Good virtually. So normally we would have either at least touched something or seen something that you actually have because it's a physical thing that you've made. But this year round we haven't actually seen it. So I'm hoping you're going to sort of lead us through the process of what you've got and how you built it and why it's there and all the amazing things it can do. So over to you.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. So yeah, my name is Barry. I'm the chief executive of an organisation called Open Up Music. Just to describe myself very quickly, I'm 5'11". I'm bald. I have a goatee beard, and I have earrings that are quite large, so they're kind of ear gauges at the bottom of my ears. And I have a big cheesy grin. I have two boys who are aged 9 and 13 who may well ignore my request for them to be quiet this evening. Hopefully they won't, and they'll give me a little bit of peace for the duration of this presentation. I'm going to describe all images that are up in the presentation, and I'm going to make sure that I read every word that is on the screen. So I'll start with the slide that we have now, which is the Open Up Music logo. The logo itself is very colourful. It's made up of a series of coloured triangles that are all joined together behind the words Open Up Music. And it's been designed to make it look like a piece of paper that is unfolding. The next slide I'd like to show you is our mission. And we have a very simple mission, which is to open up music to young disabled musicians. And one way in which we do that is through the creation of new accessible musical instruments like the clarion. So on the next slide, you'll be able to see there are 3 computer screens. On the right-hand side, you've got something called an eye gaze computer, which has a series of coloured rectangles that kind of squiggle along the middle of the screen. Underneath that, you've got the eye gaze sensor, and that's to enable people to interact with the computer using their eyes. And on the left, you have 2 iPads. Again, there's lots of coloured shapes on both of those screens. And what you're looking at is the musical instrument, the clarion. I'll be telling you a lot more about it in a little bit, but basically it's an instrument that you can play with any part of your body, including your eyes. It's highly customizable, so you can lay it out in whichever way suits you best as a musician. As we were just saying, it picked up one of this year's Tech for Good Awards, something that we've been absolutely overjoyed about. And it is used in both of the musical programs that Open Up Music runs. So the first of those is a program called Open Orchestras. There are currently 40 open orchestras dotted all over the country, and those are delivered not by us, but by other organisations. What we've done is pulled together a holistic package of support. So there's training, there's mentoring, there's schemes of work, there's access to the clarion, and also to lots of musical repertoire that has been reworked to make it accessible. We're working with a very, very broad range of young people through open orchestras, and the orchestras themselves are delivered by music education hubs, which are dotted all over the country, schools, and also arts organisations. Together, we're supporting over 450 of the UK's most marginalised young musicians through open orchestras. There's an awful lot of detail that I could go into about the Open Orchestras programme. I don't have time to do it here, but one other thing to say is that these are not traditional orchestras. One of the things that we observed and that many disabled people find is that the traditional orchestral model is itself quite a disabling model. It's something that's quite fixed, the musical instruments, the musical repertoire. Even becoming a conductor, you are literally on a platform, and that can be very inaccessible. All of the orchestras that we have developed and support are young person centered. The instruments, the repertoire, the way that we work is wrapped around the creativity and the needs of young people. And that is also the case with the National Open Youth Orchestra. So up here we've got the logo for the National Open Youth Orchestra. It's also worth saying that we don't actually have one fixed logo. This is often an animated GIF, so that the graphics that sit on the left, on the right hand side you've got the words National Open Youth Orchestra, but on the left you've got a series of shapes made up of circles and a pink flower shape. Those change and can be reformed and reimagined, restructured by the young musicians that make up the National Open Youth Orchestra. And what we're saying in having a logo that constantly changes shape is that flexibility is the heart of accessibility. The National Open Youth Orchestra is the world's first disabled-led national youth ensemble. It's delivered in partnership with some of the UK's leading arts and cultural organisations, the Barbican, the Guildhall School of Music and Drama, Bristol Beacon. It's also delivered in partnership with the Bournemouth Symphony Orchestra and several other partners across the UK. The first performances were planned for this spring. So unfortunately they didn't go ahead because of COVID. But rest assured, we are working hard. The orchestra are pulling together material now, which we will be releasing next year. So please do look us up. Make sure to connect with us through our social media channels, and you'll be some of the first people to see the creative output of the National Open Youth Orchestra. So just to say a little bit about what underpins all of our work, and specific to this presentation, the development of the Clarion, is the social model of disability. Now, I'm aware that lots of people on this call will be very familiar with the social model of disability, but for those that aren't, I'm just going to very briefly go through it. The social model of disability says that disability is caused by the way that society is organised, rather than by a person's impairment or difference. It looks at ways of, so I'm just going to progress to the next slide. Oh, that's jumped too far, apologies. It looks at ways of removing barriers that restrict life choices for disabled people. Now, an analogy that's often used is that of a wheelchair user. So a wheelchair user is not disabled until there is a flight of stairs and no lift. And so it puts the onus of responsibility on society to change. Society to ensure that the disabling barriers that restrict life choices for people are removed. And those barriers are present within music as they are within many areas of society. So talking specifically about musical instruments, well, if you think about it, most musical instruments require 2 hands and 10 very dexterous fingers to be able to play them. Most instruments are also fixed. You can't change their structure. For example, a guitar is shaped like a guitar because it has to be shaped like a guitar. You can't move it around and break it in half and restructure it dependent on the needs of the musician. Similarly, musical repertoire can be very disabling. Most repertoire has been written for those instruments, and those instruments are often inaccessible to many people. Also, most repertoire has been written to be played as written, notes in a particular order. I've got a lovely example here of a piece of music that really articulates this fact. It's a piece that disables most people that listen to it. It's called Impromptu. It was composed by Michael Nyman for the 1997 film. So yeah, we could listen to that now, please. So if we could just stop the music now, please. So I don't know how much we heard of that because I'm not getting the audio feed at my side. But that is a variation on Impromptu in G flat major by Franz Schubert that has been reworked to be playable only by a pianist with 12 fingers. It is a piece of music that unless you have 12 fingers, you can't play. And for many of the young people that we work with, a lot of music is like that. So I often use it as a really wonderful example of how music itself is a societal structure that can disable people. So now talking again about the musical instrument, the clarion. Well, there were several challenges that we identified in working with young people. Sorry, this is okay. So young people told us that they faced barriers in playing a musical instrument independently. And we worked with teachers and pupils who also told us that sometimes understanding a musical instrument could be a barrier that prevented young people from actually making music. The cost of a musical instrument was also identified, and an instrument that young people could take home to practice on was also a barrier that we sought to address. A lot of assistive music technology can be very expensive. It can be very complicated to play and to use. And it can sometimes be quite large and bulky, which prevents people from taking it home to practice on. For us, it was really important that this was a musical instrument that could be played independently, was simple to set up, but challenging to master. It was affordable, and it was also an instrument that could be taken home by young musicians to practice on at home. We utilised a participatory design methodology, which is a kind of cyclical process which empowers end users as designers. And what that results in is an end product that's really closely aligned to the needs of those end users. So I'm just going to play a video now, which shows a little bit of the early prototype design process.
Instruments were even created that could be played by moving your head or just by moving your eyes.
Exciting to think, wow, I've just made a piece of music by myself. Obviously I've been working closely with Barry.
Yeah, we can make it a little bit better though, can't we?
Yeah.
What should we change about it to kind of improve it?
The sound.
Yeah.
Originally it was difficult to play because there was a dot in the centre of the screen and I had to move it with my head, but I moved it too much and I didn't really know what note I was playing. So they modified it to they modified it over the sessions.
Left hand one first.
They've made a pipe and I go blow through a pipe to make the sound.
And then play that chord again.
Now it's better than it was originally because they've took my ideas on board and and made it possible.
So that shows one of the young musicians that we worked in very, very close partnership with to design and develop some of the prototypes that led to the Clarion. We have another video here of another young musician who also contributed to the design process. So yeah, if we could just watch the next video.
Open up music. Josh can move his eyebrows. There are 2 reflective dots on his face, above and below his right eye, being measured by an infrared camera. As he raises his eyebrows,
hey, hello.
He plays a musical instrument.
You must be shattered, Mark.
The higher his eyebrows go, the more notes he plays.
Yeah. Oh, you're doing really well. But you've got, I know you're not speaking, but you're still listening because you're still commenting on stuff afterwards. So I think, well. I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? I just had to pause it because I don't know if it would work while I was talking to you. Yeah.
So I'm just going to try and progress to the next slide. Apologies. So okay, so yeah, those were very early prototypes of the Clarion, which has since become quite sophisticated as a musical instrument. On this slide, on the right-hand side, you have an iPad with 2 coloured circles on it. That is the Clarion, but that's just one way in which you can lay the Clarion out. So answering the design challenges that were highlighted to us by young people and by staff, the Clarion is an expressive musical instrument that can be played completely independently. It is highly customizable. So as I said earlier, you can change the layout of the Clarion to whatever suits the needs and the creative interests of the young musician. It's very accessible and it's also very affordable. It can be installed on the devices that young people use day in and day out as part of their learning, and in that way they can also take it home to practice on as well. So the musical instrument is expressive. The Clarion is an expressive musical instrument. You can have control over dynamics, which is like volume, and you can change the attack and release of each note, which means that you can change how pronounced the note is depending on how quickly you move your finger around or your eyes around a screen. It is very customizable. So the graphic of the Clarion has now changed to the editing window. There are 5 coloured circles on the screen, one of which is selected. And I believe, yeah, someone is changing the note that is played when you touch the yellow circle. Clarion musicians can easily alter every aspect of their instrument to make sure that it meets their individual and often complex needs. So an example would be, well, actually I'm about to show several different slides that show different windows of the Clarion, which I will describe. So on this slide, there are 5 coloured circles that are all overlapping. Each of these circles is loud at the top and quiet at the bottom. And if you move your finger around quickly, or your eyes around quickly, or the mouse around quickly on the screen, the notes will be staccato. They'll be very sharp. You will hear the note begin quite loudly and it will end quite abruptly. If you move your finger or eye or mouse around the screen slowly, the notes are legato. So they will blend into one another and you will get a slow start to the sound and a slow end. Where these shapes overlap, you get chords. And what that means is that you can play quite a complex chord with just one finger or with one point of contact, such as a mouse. And that means that you can create very complex musical instruments that can be structured in such a way that chords and chord progressions can be easily accessible. As I said before, the instrument is highly customizable. You can change the color of each shape. You can change the note. You can change the size and the shape of each shape as well. Here is what we call, well, they're all called clarion patterns. This clarion pattern has 3 rectangles at the top of the screen and 3 rectangles at the bottom. This is a pattern that has been designed by a young eye gaze user. And they use the space, the dark space in the middle, in between those 2 rows of 3 rectangles, to navigate without playing a note. So they can get to any of the 6 notes using their eye gaze. And because the shapes are quite large on their screen, it means they have a high degree of control over the notes. This is, well, it looks a little bit like a clock almost. You've got a series of rectangles that form a circle, so they rotate as they go around. And each of these, again, is a musical note. They are loud on the outside and they're quiet on the inside. And this is a setup that was designed with a young musician that liked to play on the iPad. They really loved spinning their finger around and around and around the clock and making a rapid succession of notes that just spiraled and spiraled around. And this final slide is, well, a series of rectangles, again, with rounded corners, grouped into 4 overlapping groups. Each of these is a chord, and this is actually a chord progression from a piece of music that is played in open orchestras. It's a shame I can't do a live demonstration of the clarion in action because yeah, it becomes very clear. But there are some videos on our website, and I'm about to show a video in a second showing a young musician playing the clarion as well. Yeah, the clarion is an accessible musical instrument. It works seamlessly on iPad. It runs on Windows computers, and because it runs on a Windows computer, it can be controlled by assistive technology like the Smart Nav or eye gaze, or basically anything that can control a mouse, which means that it is inherently a very accessible musical instrument. So if we've got time, we've just got a couple more videos. So yeah, the next one is a video of a young musician who was one of the first young musicians to join the National Open Youth Orchestra.
Open up music.
1, 2 and 3, you're using the top one.
Hello, my name is Bradley Warwick. I am a member of the Southwest Open Youth Orchestra and I am 21 years old.
Brilliant, thanks everybody.
I have cerebral palsy which affects all my limbs. I use my communication device to communicate with using my eyes. I love being part of the Southwest Open Youth Orchestra. I feel a kind of freedom and belonging. Ashley plays piano and is very amazing. Connor also plays piano and is a good friend. Ben plays the instrument, which is amazing equipment. I used to make music with switches, but the instrument Open Up Music have made for me helps me be a better musician. It's called the clarion and I am able to play it with my eyes. When I look at an object on the screen, I play a note. When I move my eyes around the object, I can change the quality of the sound. George plays the clarion with his head movements using a Smart Nav infrared motion sensor. At the Southwest Open Youth Orchestra, they can make an instrument for anyone.
So just anticipate each change of the note because we've got lots of time.
Orchestras are very important to open up to disabled musicians because it gives them the opportunity to perform with others. It enables me to get out and meet new people who also love music. I would love to make a career with music, so I hope this will all help. On the 3rd of June, the orchestra performed at the Bristol Colston Hall for BBC Music Day. It was broadcast live on Radio 3 to millions of people. I get a buzz playing music in front of people. To play in front of that many people was unforgettable. It was bloody amazing. Disability should never be a barrier to enjoying music and getting involved. Think you can't play in this orchestra? You are wrong, you can. Do it.
If you'd like to apply to become a member of the Southwest Open Youth Orchestra, go to www.openupmusic.org/apply.
It's really funny looking back at that video. That video was created about 4.5 years ago. So prior to the National Open Youth Orchestra, there was, as Bradley was saying, the Southwest Open Youth Orchestra, and even then, that version of the Clarion was one of the very early prototypes. So our time together is nearly over. I've got one more surprise, one more very lovely video to show you right at the end. But prior to that, if you would like to connect with our work, well, there's 3 Twitter handles here. There's the one for Open Up Music, so it's just at Open Up Music. If you'd like to connect with the National Open Youth Orchestra, that's at the NOYO, all one word, at the NOYO. And then, yeah, if you'd like to connect with me, please feel free. It's at Barry Farrimond, which is BarryFarrimond. So if we've got time, I'd like to leave you with just one more video. This is a video that was created this year by a young musician in one of the open orchestras. That have been continuing to provide music and orchestral practice to the young musicians in the school despite all the challenges that they've been facing this year.